welcome back to Tampa City Council. Roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Carlson? Here. Hertz?
Here.
Glendinning?
Here.
Anderson?
Present.
Vieira?
Here.
Miranda?
Here.
Maniscalco?
Here.
You have a physical quorum.
So, Mr. B-Day, for item number 78, we're not going to need you present. All right.
Talked about it, sorry.
All right. All right, so thank you very much. Just to refresh everything, we're going to hear item number 86 first. Then we're going to go 68, 69, 70, 71, 2, 3, 4, 5, 81, 78, 79, 80, 82, 83, 84, 85, 53, and 54.
I hope you got all that.
Yes, I have it written down. All right, item number 86. No.
There was some discussion about continuing 85, and that's just the pleasure of council. If you could pick that up.
Councilman Carlson, for 85, we need to wait for staff until we make any motions to continue, so. Thank you very much. All right, item number 86. Councilmember Vieira, this was your motion. Do you want to kick it off?
If I may, and I have here the proposed resolution. I think there's enough. Thank you very much. Yeah, and I sent this resolution over. I think I worked on it on Sunday, and Mr. Shelby finalized it, and thank you very much for this. This is a resolution that deals with this proposed committee. I think that we should all be proud of the work that we're looking at doing on this committee. It's the right thing to do 100%, and I think the community members, everybody here and everybody who's been pushing for us to do this committee. We've agreed as a city council on 5 pillars that the committee can deal with. It's affordable and accessible housing, returning citizens and restoration of rights, economic development, ignored history, and our youth. And I think those are, good things. Those are items that I came up with in talking to the community, and council's 100% on board. You'll see here the issue of makeup. We've heard from the administration that they're not going to be making any appointments to this board. I personally think that's a missed opportunity, but now the issue comes where we're going to come up with the appointments. I suggested 6 organizations who come from the faith, the civil rights, the history, advocacy, and economic and development, and returning citizens communities who can make up those appointments. I have them here in the resolution. Glad to talk about that. And this is a committee that, in my opinion, is very, very needed. We supported this in 2020, comes back to us in 2024. It's something that's very important. I always say that good Americans have to work hard at building bridges of understanding on issues of race. Race has always been the biggest challenge for Americans since 1619, 1776, all the way to today. And we got to make historical wrongs right in our own time. I'm not naive. This committee is not going to be anything of a cure-all in any way, but what it does is allows us to do better. We always have to come to elected office with the idea that, to quote Senator Bobby Kennedy, we can do better. And I think this is a committee that allows us to hear from affected communities on how we can do better. That's what this is. I want this committee to be able to prepare a report, to brief City Council on that report, and then the ball will be in our court in terms of what we're going to do to meet the challenges of this committee. A few things, just really quickly, if I may, on the committee, things that have been brought up in council in terms of having this committee televised. We have worked with staff on that for some things, some sort of getting it fully televised, like a city council meeting, may be a little difficult. Something like Zoom or some sort of method. We're working on doing that. The date of the end, I put February. We could do March, April to give it a safety net. I'm fine with that. In terms of council appointments coming back for approval by City Council, we could have that come back potentially May 2nd if council is ready by then. And then the facilitator, I'd like to talk about that with council members. I've reached out to a friend of mine who I know many of y'all know and respect, Reverend Norman Harris, who's a Christian minister and a good attorney, and he's expressed some interest in that. And so we can talk about that, but again, pass out the proposed resolution and let's see what's up. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, thank you,
Councilmember Vieira and Marty and everyone for going through that. I just want to, I'm going to pass this article down and give 2 to Marty. Can I give you 2 for the, I just wanted to remind everybody, when we talk about racial injustice, we think that we're talking about the 50s or the 60s. This article is from the Tampa Bay Times dated August 3rd, 2015, and you all may remember that Lena Young Green 3 times in the past 10 years had forums to talk about inequality in Tampa. And if you go to the top of the next page, the forum that she put together was called Injustice and Inequality in Tampa's African American Community in the Buckhorn Era. There were 3 that we know of, 3 United States Justice Department civil rights investigations of the last administration. One of them is continuing now. It's still not finished yet. There may be more that we don't know about. The point is that this is a current issue. Renting while black was just stopped by council a couple years ago. And that's the one that's still under investigation. I interviewed or talked to the 2 reporters who wrote the Biking While Black story from the Times back in 2014 or 15, and one of them said that the thing in East Tampa is that people feel oppressed. And it's one of the main reasons I ran for office is because I wanted to end the oppression in Tampa. And it's recent, it's raw, and you hear from people every day that it existed. And so I want to make sure we address the issues of the past, but also the immediate past and present as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, so what is the pleasure then, Councilmember Vieira? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say something really quick just to be on the record because just in the past 48, 72 hours, was the day that Miss Lena lost her husband to this terrible incident. And so I just out of respect for her, I don't know if she knows that it's being presented to us before council today. So I just want to offer my respects to her. I don't know if it was cleared by her to use her husband's death as an example. So Miss Lena, if you're listening, I apologize because although we understand, I just don't know if it's the right time to do that, considering that she's in a moment this week of suffering and not able to even communicate. Our meeting was canceled this week because she's mourning the loss of her husband. So I just want to point that out. But, you know, not that you are doing anything, Councilmember Carlson, this is not just to disregard what you're trying to communicate. I do understand that, but I just want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, and
because it was this week.
if I may, I did speak to her the other day. I didn't tell her specifically that I was bringing it up today, but I told her that I continue to bring it up in the community because it was an important part of Tampa's history. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Agreed.
Thank you. I just had a couple of things. Section 10, where the meetings will take place, I think one of the things that was important to me is that they happen in the evenings so that people can attend. So adding that type of language so that they don't happen at 9 a.m.
Good point, yes.
All right.
Question.
Anything else, Councilmember Hurtak?
The only other thing I might do is have you talked to the community about the facilitator?
So, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. So, I mean, I haven't had any public discussions or anything with anyone on that. Just my idea that we should have some individuals who are the facilitator. I've spoken to a number of people. The one person who so far is committed, because it is a big commitment, you know, is Reverend Norman Harris. So I would ask council, what is the direction of that? Do y'all want to have me work with our attorney, Mr. Shelby, on finding facilitators and maybe come presented in 2 weeks as an update?
I just have a question, because generally when a facilitator comes in, the facilitator is unknown. And that's what makes the facilitator successful, is that they don't have any relationship necessarily with the community. So when we had when we did the charter review, we had someone that came from Orlando for every meeting. So I might recommend having a facilitator, I mean, again, there might be someone from outside the community, I think might be a good choice, because this is an area where we're gonna be talking, where the committee's gonna be talking about a lot of things, and I wanna make sure that person can be very focused on just facilitating.
Right.
So that's my concern.
Sure, and so I was looking at having a couple of attorneys handle that just because of the rules of procedure. So again, for that may require a little bit more time. That's the only unresolved issue. I had potential commitments, and again, the problem is with this, it's a big commitment of time. And Reverend Harris would be volunteering his time. He is an attorney, et cetera. So that's something that you'll probably have to give me a little bit more time on, just, by virtue of the time commitment. But I think this is a great opportunity for somebody to be a facilitator on a group that's going to do a lot of good in the community.
I also don't have a problem with paying a facilitator. I mean, we have the money for that, we can find the money for that, so if that's an issue, I don't have a problem paying for a facilitator.
Sure.
This is not, like you said, it's a very complicated matter, so maybe someone who facilitates for a living, really focused on
Sure.
an actual person who has some really great bona fides in doing this type of work. I feel like this is, I mean, we shouldn't skimp in any area, but this is the one that kept the Charter Review Commission on course.
Yep.
So I from that moment, I have a great love of facilitators. So.
Amen. And may I, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I obviously have no challenge with that. I don't know what the mechanism would be to get a paid facilitator for something of a committee like this that we're creating right now. But obviously, I'd support that. I just want the best person for the job.
Councilmember Clendenin? No? Councilmember?
I just want to comment on that.
Carlson, then Henderson.
You remember, Councilmember Hurtak and I were on the Charter Review Commission, and your council, three of you were on council then, you all went through USF, Angela Chris group, and hired the facilitator. And so you can do that government to government. I think we've done that since maybe with CRA or something, but they can find a facilitator. I agree that it should be somebody who is completely neutral. And I would mandate and request that whether the person is, ideally be somebody outside the community who can be neutral and objective, but we need to mandate that person is neutral and objective. They should not bring anything and overlay it. They should just completely listen to the community, make sure all the voices in the community are heard, and that someone is accurately taking information down. Sometimes facilitators throw a bit of their own bias in there, and we just want to hear what the community has to say.
Sure. And if I may, Mr. Chair, so what I would probably ask is maybe to have Mr. Shelby work with the administration to see if that's something that can happen, or if we have our own internal budget. I don't know. Mr. Shelby, do you know about that?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, please.
Because I was involved in facilitators for the charter review and also for the strategic planning meetings of the council. One of the things that the city council did, I believe it was in 2015, the city council actually put $50,000 in the budget, because you have to be aware that if it's a mid-year change, it has to be approved by the mayor. It has to be either recommended or approved by the mayor. So, and then again, as Councilmember Carlson rightly said, we got the facilitator through the Institute of Government at USF, and what that did, that cut weeks, if not months, out of the process, because to go through the procurement process and to do all the hoops that need to be jumped through to be able to obtain it, it saved a lot of time. So we can, so I'm happy to work with you on that.
Okay, great. So what would be we can pass this resolution today if council is supportive, and then maybe Mr. Shelby and I work together with the administration to see if that's feasible.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Find out what the timeline is.
Okay.
And
So
yes.
what I'll do is then, if I may, and I want everyone to finish speaking.
Councilmember
Yeah,
Henderson's
so,
next.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
I'll make
Councilmember Henderson, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I think everyone should look at Section 2 about the membership committee, and what it says based on public comment today. Someone stood up and talked about, it being 30 members and not 13, so we need to address that because it was in public comments. I think it's only fair that we're transparent on our thoughts on that particular issue. Also, the committee members shall serve without compensation and no funds. I don't know if, they are aware that that's been put inside the sections. I'm not sure if everyone's read it, but I just want to say that publicly. And then we need to address the actual staff that has to be tied to this, such as clerical, secretarial, and other services shall be needed by the committee. Where's that going to come from? Who's going to pay for that? We need to make this a situation where there's probably, if a facilitator is going to be compensated, then clerical staff probably needs to be compensated as well, because it would be in addition to their current duties that they already have, maybe as a stipend or whatever the case may be. I don't know, Mr. Shelby, can you tell me, when we hired the budget analyst, was that in the budget when we approved it, or did we add that and the mayor, approved that we do it after the fact? It was in the budget, yeah, so this one would have to be where she would have to approve it if we hired a facilitator, correct? That's what you just said? That we compensated?
I don't believe that there's enough, I don't know what, talking to Ms. Wilcox, I don't know what money is in the budget that would be available for it. And again, this looks like it's going to be continuing for months, is what it looks like.
We are already 4 years
So,
behind.
a facilitator is a very important component of this process. So,
Without question, yes.
the amount of time and commitment and the professionalism and the expertise that comes with that, it may be challenging to find someone who's going to volunteer their time to do it because of the nature of, what's required. So if we can't move a resolution without clearly understanding Section 2.
If I may.
Yes.
Mr. Vieira, if I can. With regard to the resolution, this was what I believe to be the consensus of the city council.
It was.
And basically, you can pass this, if you wish it to say all meetings will take place in the evening at the city center. If that's something you could do, I could easily just add that in and reprint it. But with all the other items, it's subject to council's consideration. Certainly, there are things in there. It does say, if you see Section 2, it does say the role of the administration and how clerical, secretarial, and other services shall be needed by the committee and provided. I do remind you that this does have a line on the resolution for the mayor's signature, because under the charter that was approved by the voters in 2019, this committee's formation requires the approval of the recommendation of the mayor. So obviously, should the mayor sign this, the mayor is also assenting to the conditions that are also placed forth in the resolution. So I present it to council, and I thank Councilman Vieira for his leadership in putting this together in such a rapid turnaround. Thank you.
Whenever.
Mr. Shelby, I want to support this today, and the question came up about how many committee members, 13 members. Somebody had mentioned 30 in public comment, but how many members were on the Charter Review Commission? Give or take the same amount?
Was it 9? You wrote? 7 and 4. 7 and 4.
So this is more than what the Charter Review Commission had. So, okay.
I don't recall off the top of my head, but the
Yeah, but
mayor
it
had,
was,
the mayor
all right.
had appointees and the council members
Yeah.
had appointees.
All right. Councilmember Clendenin, Councilmember Vieira.
A couple of small things. One, on the evening meeting, I understand your point, but to me, I think once the committee meets, it should be their decision of when they want to meet, when they get together. So I don't necessarily know we should tie their hands, because let them, because maybe depending on the makeup of the meeting, maybe certain times of the day will be better than others for, it could be like a 4 o'clock meeting or a weekend meeting, or, you never know. So it depends on the makeup of the meeting of what, let them kind of guide themselves of what works for them. On that, my point was going to be exactly what Marty Shelby just made. This requires the mayor's signature. I'm disappointed as well that I wish the mayor's office was participating in this wholeheartedly.
But without that, at least with the consent, I think it's important. I agree with the facilitator discussion. I think a good facilitator is invaluable. I think that, so we put in there that it's a funded facilitator. If the mayor consents to that, then it's so be it, because it's gonna have to consent, because also the staff support, you can't have a functioning meeting without staff support. So, that's what I'm saying, so.
Yeah, but compensated staff?
No, not compensated staff. Well, I mean, they are because they're on the clock, but
Yeah.
it's not,
Yeah.
we're not
They
hiring.
I thought we said after hours.
No, but we're not hiring staff.
Yeah,
they-
but we said it was after
But
hours.
they
But
flex.
they get compensation for that.
They get flex time and stuff for that. So when, the staff all the time goes to these night meetings and stuff, and they may take off a Friday instead. or, you
Okay,
know.
so give me an example of like what staff? Is it a volunteer staff person?
Well, it could be secretarial staff, it could be
Yeah,
somebody
but
from
who
clerk.
is going to decide that?
For, say, the budget analyst, or not the budget, the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee, it's Carencia. And when we had our Charter Review Commission, it was Carencia. So it's chosen by the clerk's office, I believe, and they make that decision.
I remember
It
we had the
may be
citizens,
inappropriate for me to say.
Yeah.
we had the citizens
But we
review
just gotta get
board.
it all
but-
out,
but
you know?
what- But I can tell you,
What about me?
yeah, I'm sorry.
When we had the citizens
He has-
review
he
board
has-
meetings, they have an attorney that's there in the evening.
Yeah, not the attorney, the clerical staff is what I was talking about.
They have people there, yeah, beyond the
Who
attorney.
is they?
Well,
The
again, if it's,
clerk.
but if this is signed by all parties, it'll work out. In other words, the mayor's gonna sign it, city council will sign it, it'll work out.
Okay.
And
And
that's
then
one
the
of the-
clerk will be given flex time.
But that's up with the administration, how they deal with it, yeah.
Yeah, and you take that job knowing that that's part of the job.
That's the administration's responsibility.
I
to
would not
manage their people.
assume, I would not assume,
Yeah.
council, that the clerk will step in to do this.
They-
Because I don't believe the clerk has the staff to do this, and I should also point out the very fact that the clerk is not based at Hannah. And what this is if it is on the evening, and it is at Hannah, that you'd have to discuss that with the clerk. And in my preliminary discussions, these are all questions
I
that have
think
been
Councilman
raised.
Vieira has something to say about that.
Yeah, may I, okay, yes, so the clerk does not have the capacity to handle this, as I think you wisely noted. I mean, one of the things we could do is, in terms of minutes, is have a staff member from city council at each of the meetings. This is 7 meetings or so. It's a city council board, right? I'm 100% fine with that. Couple of things, with regards to the membership, I strongly support the number 13, that having one member from each council member, and then having the 6 identified community organizations. These organizations that are each serve a unique purpose, and I think are very, very valuable. With regards to members being paid, I'm unaware of any board member having paid members. I'm unaware of any. And then with regards to staff help, I know there is, as somebody said already, staff is compensated because they're paid, and that's part of the job, et cetera. So, but yeah, but with regards to the clerk, that's not an option.
Okay.
And then we need to figure it out, because I also don't think that it's a good idea to have individuals, someone different for every 7 meeting, because that person.
Continuity.
Yeah, continuity is really important, especially with something like this.
And we're gonna be voting on things that may come back in the final report.
May I?
Yes.
You mean taking minutes?
Yes, yeah,
Then who?
I don't know, but what I'm saying is, I just think
Yeah.
that continuity is important with that, because that person will know their minutes and, yeah.
And so if I may, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
I don't think passing this resolution today, we're getting into the weeds and things that are not part of the resolution. The resolution deals with the procedure, and then these minutia substance issues, we don't have to solve them today.
Yeah.
So what I would suggest is, I mean, this thing came to us a few years ago. The community came to us maybe 6 months ago on it. Then this was proposed in February. We can pass this today to show the community that we're invested in this and going to be stakeholders in this. And then we can come back on May 2nd with the appointments and then with answers to these questions solved, which again, these are minor substantive issues. This deals with the procedure and the major means, so.
Yeah, I agree, Councilman Vieira. Let's get it done, and I appreciate the fact that you've taken the initiative to do this. I think a lot of these details will work out for themselves, like everything else. I think this is also a cautionary tale as we look at the budget for fiscal '25. I think we need to make sure that we have funds in there for these types of things, some flexibility. So as we move in through fiscal year '25, that we allocate money to be able to do things like this for the future. So we're going to be looking at that with a really much stronger eye next year than we did this past year.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also like Councilmember Clendenin to thank Councilmember Vieira for all the work he's done in this. And I think this is a framework of something, and in the next couple of weeks or so, it'll come together somehow too, because right now we're discussing ideas and things to do, and by that time, we'd have these ideas in place and down in writing. That's just my feeling.
All right. Well, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just the last comment, I definitely want to support it. I just wanted to make sure, I'm reading in detail what sections. This is the first resolution of this nature for me, and I just want to make sure that the public understands and that even I understand. When I look at it, just like I did with section 3, when it said that city council shall approve a committee, and people were coming for 43 months begging, us to do that, and it had not been done in 43 months. So I just want to make sure that all the cards are on the table when we address things. So, I have no problem with the 13 members. Hopefully, the staff that is selected for this will be happy with, supporting this committee, providing the minutes, and sharing that with us and compensated or flex time or whatever is given in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Vieira, would you like to make your motion and move the resolution?
Yes, sir, if I may, and I also want to say something about the issue of history. And I know Councilman Carlson didn't mean to say this, but just to be clear, this is not a historical committee. This doesn't deal with history. When I say that we have to make historical wrongs right in our own time, that means that there were effects of history with president justices that we still have today. Just like we had Selma 60 years ago, we have Charlottesville today, okay? So injustice continues to permeate itself, not just deeply rooted in historical wrongs, but rooted in present-day injustices that continue to be a pain and a source of pain for marginalized communities today. That's why I motioned for this committee, because I firmly believe in that, and I think that's very, very important. So 2 things, if I may. I'm going to motion to pass this resolution. I guess that's the motion
All right.
I would do.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, and then I would motion for May 2nd. Is council fine with May 2nd?
Is that
for-
enough? Now, what do you say regards do you want us to bring back our own appointments May 2nd?
Yes, to be authorized on that day. And then when we discuss that, we can update everybody on what we've discussed with the weeds.
That's 2 weeks away, is that correct?
Yes.
That's the next day we can do
That's
that.
the
I know that,
next,
but is that, the question is that sufficient time for you to
Council needs
call
more.
and
I'm
vet
fine.
the people who you'd want to serve on the committee? Would that give you enough time?
May 16th then we can do, if that's,
May 16th.
Well, whatever the decision of council is, I'm just raising the issue.
what's the consensus?
May 16th seems to have lesser items than May 2nd.
And
Let's do that then.
All right, May 16th is
So-
your motion?
So, number 1, for May 16th, for us to have our proposed members for execution by city council, authorization by city council, and then at that time, Council Shelby and I can update council on the weeds.
Mr. Shelby,
yes.
I'm not going to be here for that meeting because I'm going to be in Cincinnati for the Congress for New Urbanism. Can I give my name ahead of time? Is that okay?
You can work through Kelly.
Do it in a memo and,
Okay, I'll do it in a memo then. Thanks.
thank you very much. All right, that's a motion?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second? No, this
No,
is
that
for
was-
the May
that was
16th. We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. May 16th is Thursday. Okay. Thank you very much. The resolution has passed, so the committee will be created, and then May 16th is when we start making the appointments. Oh, it is created, We just sign it now.
No, well, when the mayor signs it.
When the mayor signs it, but I signed it, she signed it.
So it is written, so it's almost
Oh
done.
my gosh. And guys, if
Yes.
I may, I didn't include in the resolution on the facilitator being potentially paid. Did we need to amend that?
No.
Okay, good, okay.
No, we can do a budget. Yeah, we can do a budget amendment.
A facilitator, yeah, it's not gonna be a big amount.
Well, wait.
Not to open up a can of worms.
I thought we had that discussion that it would be included because that would require the mayor's signature so they would authorize it.
Okay, then that's fine, then I'll
Well, but at the same time, we may need budget, we'll need a budget for other types of things. So I would rather just like allocate,
That would
$50,000.
that would have to be another member of the mayor signs then.
But if the mayor signs the resolution, I would.
No.
No. So if you want, we can go ahead and just say, if
Move to-
Councilman
move-
Vieira, if
you
you
need-
want to
You need to amend that, you need to amend that.
Well, not amended, I would have a whole separate one just saying, hey, we also want to put $50,000 into it.
All right.
I mean, I just pulled that number from air, so y'all figure it out, what
Facilitator's
number.
gonna be $5,000-$10,000.
My suggestion is,
Well,
my suggestion is, if
They
there are
went up.
things that the ordinance needs to be amended, as it stands now, I believe it's legally sufficient.
Okay.
And I will support working with the councilman to be able to bring back something that will work.
Okay.
Okay.
All set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 68. We have a memo from Morris Massey. This is $1.5 million item.
move the resolution.
We have a motion, is it, okay, yeah.
Move
Motion from-
68 and 69.
We have a motion for 68 and 69 from Councilmember Hurtak. Do we have a second? Second, Councilmember Henderson. Yes, sir, Mr. Massey?
Just here for if you all had any questions.
No. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, sir.
All right.
So we only pulled it just because of the dollar amount?
Yes, anything over X amount of dollars. So-
But because of.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you to everybody for supporting us and putting it together. When my mom was here a couple weeks ago, she took the train, and the floors are dirty, the windows are dirty, there's damage everywhere. I hope the staff will move very quickly to save the building.
Yes, this is regarding Union
I
Station.
know, because it could be so beautiful.
It is beautiful.
It is
but
beautiful,
you gotta
even
clean
with
it up.
it being ugly, but it could be more beautiful. Agreed.
Items,
I love the train, I'm catching it next week.
I'm worried about the windows, they're in terrible shape.
items number 70, 71, 2, these were pulled and continued. Councilmember Carlson, did you make the motion, or Councilmember Hurtak?
Yeah, can I,
Go ahead.
Can I just say, I've had other discussion with staff since then, and I'm going to go ahead and support this now. I hope that we can find a different way to do this in the future. I think there are only like a few in the last couple years that were over 100,000 each, but in the future, I hope we can at least exclude the 100,000 plus ones to be separately voted on. But for now, I'm satisfied.
So
Thank
you want to move 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75, is that correct?
Sure, thank you.
Those are the ones that,
Oh, and
Yes?
yeah,
wait, we have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second
Yeah,
second
Yeah, I
from
wanted
Pondena, yeah, for
yeah.
discussion. I see the man is up.
yeah, just before, I had a meeting with Chief of Staff and Mr. O'Hara yesterday, and we talked about this kind of at length, and what I would love to see is, while it has a great EBO participation for the overall contractors, I want to know about the subcontractors. I'm really interested in knowing who the subcontractors are, and also, because there's only 6 or 7 of them, if some of those subcontractors could be contractors in their own right, we're helping small businesses develop. So I'd like to see it be larger. So by this time next year, I would like to see more. And Chief of Staff said that they'd work on that, just kind of providing us some more information and making sure that the small businesses in our community get a chance for these small jobs.
Sure. No, And
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for the feedback, and Councilman Carlson was good with his feedback as well, looking at our different thresholds and distribution of this as we move into the next phase of JOC. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So that covers 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, which brings us to item number 81. Because, you know. So item number 81, yes, ma'am?
Good afternoon, Council. Deanna Fagart, Purchasing Department, Purchasing Director. There is a presentation, if IT would bring it up.
Yes.
Okay, so one thing I just need to know is how to advance the slide. There you go. You'll advance? Okay. They will. Okay, very good. So back in December, a motion was made to discuss whether or not we should require a minimum of 3 bids for any solicitation done in purchasing. So I'm here to speak on that today and just kind of give you some information around our processes and, the due diligence that we do, what we have in place currently.
Did you state your name?
Deanna Fagart, Director of Purchasing.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
All right. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Click it. Okay. All right. So it is purchasing's objective to foster fair and open competition. We do a lot of outreach to our bidder community. We cast the widest net that we can possible. We do vendor trade shows and participate in the EBO's orientation program. So, it absolutely is our intention to get, 3 or as many bids as we can. Occasionally there is a situation where we cannot. It might be a specialized item, it might be chemicals or asphalt hot mix or something that, has a geographic restriction where it has to be close enough that the product stays warm. So there are a lot of reasons, very specialized items where there may be a limited number of suppliers of those items. But anytime that, we can, we reach out to as many as we can. So it is our intention to just be as strategic as possible. We work collaboratively with the departments. We're, always looking at our processes to see how we can be more efficient. Just trying to nurture the organizational growth and keep everything moving forward. So our relationships with our vendors should always be mutually beneficial. We do a lot of market research as well. We look to see what sort of barriers might be in the market. Supply chain issues, with the automobiles, there were strikes recently that affected delivery, things like that. So we try to research those and be aware. And just, look and see what new technology is out there, so there's a lot of things, and I'll try to kind of keep it brief, but there's a lot of things that we do in advance to kind of prepare. So if we can go to I have it, never mind. Okay. So there are also ordinances and, our manual, our policy that we have to follow, documented things that keep us on track. There is also the National Institute of Government Purchasing, which was founded in 1944, and that's a resource that we have that promotes industry best practices, provides training, certification. You'll notice that our staff, a lot of us have, letters after our names. We're a highly certified staff, and we do a lot of continuing education. And we actually earn scholarships to do so. We don't budget for training and things like that. But we do through NIGP and other organizations, go and obtain certification, training, all of those things, just to stay up on the times. Okay. So our cycle of sourcing really starts with collaborating with the end user departments and seeing what their needs are. We rely on them to be the subject matter experts to let us know what they need. And then when they send us a specification or a statement of work, we do go through and do a pre-review. We look for restrictive language. We look to see that they haven't included a specification that is specific to one vendor, or created a restriction that's unnecessary that might be geographic or otherwise in nature. So those are things that, we've been trained to look for. And then we just work with the department on, creating the best document that we can. We work with them also on developing our bidders list. A lot of times, because they're the subject matter experts, they know who is in that industry, who is in the area, who can provide those. So we have outreach. We still do newspaper advertisements. So we rotate 3 local papers. I'm not sure who's still reading those, but we do. And then we also do broadcast through 2 different national databases to reach as many vendors as we can. And we also work with EBO to look at the list of potential vendors and make sure that we're always including them, whether it be a shelter market or not. We make sure that we're also including them in our outreach. So we do, once we receive our bids in, we do our due diligence. We make sure they're responsive and responsible. Responsive meaning that they have submitted all the proper documentation. The person who has signed is authorized to do so. You know, they've submitted insurance and all of that, all the EBO forms. And then responsible means that they have the resources to actually do the job. So we do that due diligence. We look at every bidder to make sure that they meet that criteria. If we happen to get a single bid response where only one bidder has responded, we have a process that we go through. We look at how many vendors downloaded the bid. Then we will do outreach to multiple vendors to ask them, you know, why didn't you bid? Especially if it's somebody that engaged and maybe they asked a question, because the online system that we utilize has a portal that they can submit questions, we answer them. Oftentimes the question will be something that, you know, we hadn't realized or thought of, so we may issue an addendum and make a correction or even just a clarification. So there's an entire process that kind of we go through. So if somebody has submitted a question, we definitely make sure that we outreach and say, hey, you know, is there a reason you didn't bid? A lot of times we will get answers like, we just didn't have the capacity to take on a city contract, you know, or a lot of times it's we already have city contracts, we just, you know, can't take another. If they come back and they say, well, your spec was restrictive, and if you hadn't, you know, if it was more broad, we would have responded, then that's a trigger for us to go ahead and rebid that. And then with the words on top of that, I can't see what that one is, but I think it's just talking about our award process, right?
Award to lowest bidder or best value proposer, and then contract monitoring and supplier management.
Thank you.
Yes.
So yeah, basically if, you know, we award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for a bid, or the best value proposer. Proposals do allow us to evaluate bidders based on, or proposers based on other things than price. Price is typically weighted along with EBO participation and other things. It can be references, experience, you know, the quality of the proposal that they submitted. So we evaluate those through a committee process. And then we go on with contract monitoring and supplier management, right? So we continue that relationship. The departments pick it up because they're the ones that interact most frequently. But if they have issues, they know that they need to, one, document them, and two, get us involved when they can't reach a resolution so that, you know, we can, you know, come in as a neutral party and kind of assist. It doesn't happen very often, you know, but when it does, we, as well as potentially EBO, if it's a city certified vendor, will come in and you know, mediate things like that. And then we do evaluate, at the end, as probably about 5 months before is when we start our process for either renewing or rebidding. We reach out to the department and we say, how is the vendor doing? Are you happy with them? Do you want to renew? We also say they potentially could request this amount of a CPI increase. So we let them know ahead of time what the market looks like, what that CPI is. And then if they come back and say they want to renew, then we reach out to the vendor and we say, do you want to renew? We don't always tell them, you know, it's not included in our notification that we send about whether or not they're entitled to a CPI. We wait for them to tell us, you know, that that's what they want. So if the if the item that we purchased is something that, you know, has reached end of life, we're also responsible for surplus disposal. So we kind of see things truly through from inception to disposal. Okay. So we currently, you know, already do extensive research on how other entities do things. We're attending lunches and conferences with other people who do the same job. This is actually my third city that I have worked for. So, you know, we have networks of people Oftentimes, we will reach out and say, hey, have you ever bid this? You know, can we see your spec? You know, what kind of results did you get? We'll also say, do you know of any suppliers that, you know, we aren't aware of? So that's often a good resource for us. So we did go and look at nationally, you know, and specifically locally, if anybody else has a requirement for 3 bids. I spoke to many people myself, and I also had a staff member working on it. And the only one we found that actually had like a written requirement was the state of California. But within it, it had an exception written that as long as they said they had reached out to every vendor that they were aware of, that they could then go ahead and move forward. So, you know, they had basically documented their process. And so even though it says they are requiring 3 bids, you know, they're acknowledging that, you know, oftentimes there just isn't a third bidder out there. So the federal government, state of Florida, Hillsborough County, Pinellas, city of St. Pete, city of Orlando, Miami, and Jacksonville, none of them have this requirement. Those are all entities that we specifically reached out to say, how do you handle this? And, you know, their experience is very similar to ours, and their due diligence process is also very similar to ours. So for me, that was very reassuring to, you know, to know that what we are doing is in line with what others are doing, what the best practices are. So in FY23, we broadcast 187 solicitations. We get back an average of 2.9 responses per solicitation. 54% of the time we did receive less than 3, meaning 1 or 2, or 0, which occasionally happens. You know, we don't always have 3 bidders available, but we do that, you know, due diligence process and determine, you know, if it is something that we think we're going to get more than, you know, the 1 or 2 bidders. If we do it again, if we change something, then we will go ahead and do that. If we think that we've explored all of our options and this is the best, you know, decision for the city, then we will move forward with that currently. We also have the EBO program, which in order to provide opportunities to underutilized small local women and minority-owned businesses, we have our sheltering program where we will, if we have at least 3 bidders who can, who are city certified and can provide this product, we will shelter and only request quotes or bids from those particular vendors. And then we also have goal set, you know, that contract admin uses more frequently than purchasing does. And then bid discount is an option. So if we are outside of the parameters, let's say, of the EBO program, maybe the contract is larger than what is included in that sheltering ordinance, then oftentimes EBO will recommend that we do a bid discount. So if a city certified vendor does bid, we will evaluate their proposal price as 5% less than everybody else's. So we're basically saying we're willing to pay up to 5% more in this case in order to, you know, give that to one of the underutilized businesses. And then on all of our proposals, as I mentioned, we do set aside 20 points for EBO vendors. And so that can be the prime person who is responding, or that can also be points that are allocated based on subcontracting that they have indicated in their forms. So EBO has a formula that they utilize to assess those proposals and assess and give those points. All right, so I did reach out to the electronic bidding systems that we utilize. Una Solutions actually owns multiple e-procurement systems, and so they gather data for us specifically. And they said in a study of over 76,000 solicitations across the country by various public entities, 18,000 of them received, is that 1 or 2? I think it's 1 or 2 bid responses. I'm sorry, that's 1. Yep, I see the first bar. So 18,000 of them received 1, and you can see there 12,400 received 2 bids and so on. So the data does show that 40% of the time they're receiving 1 or 2 bids. You know, to require 3 bids is just not always feasible. You know, there are some potentially negative impacts if we were to create this restriction. If we had to rebid every time we received less than 3 bids, we would be, you know, creating a cumbersome process that would cost us time and money, you know, and would delay city projects, potentially, you know, important projects that are critical to city service levels that wouldn't necessarily be met on time. You know, more emergencies would arise, would also result in, you know, premium cost increases anytime that we are, you know, doing something, short notice, emergency, you know, weekends and all of that. You know, there's a premium that is paid for those costs. And there really is no guarantee that we would get additional bids. One negative potential impact to the bidders is that they would become frustrated with our process and potentially stop bidding. So we would really have the reciprocal result that we were looking for. All right, so, you know, our department does have an established standard of excellence. You know, we're dedicated, professional, experienced, certified staff. We have many numbers of experience. Multiple employees in our department are, you know, 20, 30-year city employees with great experience and credentials. We have earned the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement 17 consecutive years in a row, and we are working now to submit our documentation, you know, for the next year. That's something, you know, we plan to carry on and continue. You know, so this award it's a national program, and it's used to benchmark our organizational excellence against best practices. So we have to document our processes, send them in, and it's evaluated. And those requirements are actually updated every year. It's not the same application every year. It's not like we're resubmitting the same documentation. They update that criteria, and we have to get 100 points. You know, so as, you know, times change, technology changes, different things, you know, they look at those best practices and rate us against them. We also, you know, are subject to all the city's internal and external auditing. So we have no significant audit findings. We've been through 5 audits in the last 10 years. And annually we go through the external audit as well with no significant findings. We do have some future initiatives that we're working on. The biggest one I think that'll have the biggest impact is a new e-procurement system we're looking to move towards. And my intention with that is to simplify the process, streamline the process, streamline the document development and creation. You know, when we go through right now, we're modifying a Word document. We're having to, you know, look at the language on every single, you know, clause in that bid before we put it out. So this procurement software will actually give a series of questions, and so the buyers will answer those questions, and it will create those documents, and it will see it through from the initial request to the end of the process, and if there is an agreement, it will follow through all the way through the agreement. And it will also make documents available to the public, so we will not need to do as many public records requests. We can point people back to the website so they can pull down the documents. So that will save us a significant amount of time.
Any questions, Councilmember?
Yeah.
Well, Councilmember Carlson, this was your motion, but Councilmember Clinton had a question. Do you want to go first, or?
Mine'll be fast.
All right, go ahead, sir.
I have a question. I mean, obviously, excellent presentation and earlier discussions, and obviously the teams have been awarded for their, you know, processes and accomplishments in the past, so kudos to that. I've just got a question for my own kind of sense of well-being. Within the procurement departments, do you all have a formal process or regularly scheduled meetings where employees, if they had, you know, because the best source of information are the people that actually do the work, if somebody identified maybe a way of being able to, you know, solicit bids to be able to get more responses, or do you have a formal process for an employee to get that information up to a decision maker, or do you have regularly scheduled meetings? employees get together so that they said, aha, I've got an idea, we could do this and maybe get more bidders? Is that process in place in this department?
So we have regular internal meetings as well as internal training sessions that are every 3 to 4 weeks, depending on calendars. We get the departments together and look at, there's always a topic that we've prepared some sort of training for, as well as open discussion with the staff and all of that. And I also have a purchasing systems manager on my team. And so that position is responsible for looking at technology and administering, whether it be testing new products or fixes to old products, things like that. So I actually have staff that is dedicated just to like technology stuff. So yes.
So any work with, I know you identified about you reached out to all these other localities about the bidding processes, minimum 3 bidders and not required. Any work of doing that same type of solicitation of best practices, just to compare, maybe they're doing something differently than we're doing? Or did you see maybe percentage of 1 bidder contracts or 2 bidder contracts that those localities are having, that if somebody's doing worse than us, maybe we are the example?
Yeah.
I mean, have we done any kind of comparative stuff like best practices from these other groups that?
So most were not actually tracking their percentages, right? So, we basically came and said, okay, how do you handle this? Do you have any documented, language in your policies and procedures for this? And do you have any metrics? And really nobody else did. That's why I had to go to UNA and have them pull data for us on what, the national averages are and all of that. Because internally, most of them are not actually tracking that.
Good. I mean, clearly, I've only been here for a year, but the common thread of my observation is that we have stellar staff in all these departments. So I don't doubt that happens. It's just my own, for my own reason, as we discuss this and we see these, because of course everybody would love to have multiple bidders on everything,
Right.
and I would too, and I think that would be, of course, the goal. But I just wanted to get those for my own self. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you and to your department for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, thank you to all the staff that put this together in 2 rounds. It was a lot of work to do their research and everything. I'm surprised that there were no arguments made in favor of 3 bids, but the information was out there. Parallel to what they did, I hired my own researcher that I pay for myself to call the top 10 counties and top 10 cities in Florida. And I only found one that had this, and it was Miami-Dade. And here's just a highlighted form, and I'll give this to the clerk. And you can see on the second page, it's a memo from the head of procurement. The thing is that, and I also went to the trade association websites and other things. The thing is, in the private sector, this is a very common thing, and when you talk to people in the private sector, they're appalled that any governments might not have a minimum 3 bids. I think it's something that we should put in. Had we put, this is contract administration, not procurement, but had we put out Hannah Avenue for bid and say 5%, that would be $7 million, which is more than, until this year, more than we'd spent on road repair for 12 years or more. If we put Fair Oaks out for bid and we saved 10%, that would have equaled the amount that's been spent on road repair. And so I think it's worth doing that. I would like to make a motion, Mr. Chair, if I could just throw it out there and see what happens. I don't have to have a long discussion about this, but I would just like to make a motion to ask legal staff to present a draft ordinance on June 27th that would require purchasing, contract administration, and real estate to get at least 3 bids for items that exceed $5 million. I put in $5 million, understanding that the point she makes about the cost of staff and time going through analyzing the smaller bids may not be worth it, although this evidence shows that Miami-Dade maybe does that. But for the ones above $5 million, I think we absolutely have to. I think we have an obligation to the public to make sure that we're getting bids For sure, an ordinance would have caveats in there about chemicals that are only made by one company and that kind of thing. But I think we need to set an expectation that at least for projects above 5 million, I'd like the number to be smaller, but for projects below 5 million, that we would have a minimum bid.
Do we have a second? I would second it.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, Councilmember, we have a second. Councilmember Miranda had his hand up.
I just want to make sure I hear what I'm saying. It sounds great, the 5 million over, anything over 5 million, 3 bids. So let me put this into practice, if I may. And I have discussed this with nobody, including myself, and usually I even question myself. So now you got a city that's in need of road work. I mean, a whole hell of a lot of road work. And I'm sure that not only myself, but the other 6 council members, when we go anywhere, that's what you hear about the roads. That's number one, what I hear. How many construction companies that do that kind of work have bid in the city of Tampa in the past?
Good afternoon, Council. Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure and Mobility.
In other words,
Apologize,
is
I
it
don't
5
have
or
that
6
specific
or-
answer.
And
But-
the city's got to be divided into sections. You just can't pave the whole city at one time with one contractor or 2
Right.
contractors. And I've never done this, so I'm taking my mind and really stretching out the facts. So you have over 2,000 miles of paved road in the city, am I correct, somewhere in that
Yes.
vicinity? So how long would it take one contractor, if that was the lowest bidder, to do the whole city?
Well, it would depend on how much of a staff they have, how much money we have, but a very long time, certainly.
And let me give you another example of roads. And again, I'm not a contractor and not as smart as any other council member here. I know I'm not as smart as they are. But you got the road that's got different levels of asphalt, and then you have shells under that, and then you have a base, am I correct?
Yes.
What happens when it goes past the shells? You have to lift it all up, am I correct?
That is
And I haven't
correct.
talked to no one in construction. So the cost becomes what then?
Well, there's rebuilding and there's repaving. There's an
Well, if
exponential
you're going to
difference
repave,
between
you're going to
the
have to
two.
rebuild if they got
Right.
past the shells.
Right.
No one's ever thought of that, have they?
There's an exponential difference in cost between just repaving and, like you said, rebuilding the substructure. It's quite a different cost.
I want to make sure that what we're talking about doesn't go to another level where we pay twice as much to pave something we should have paved long ago. So these are the things that I think
Right.
about. And so I'm wondering if the lowest bidder, is it bid out by the whole city or by sections of the city? I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, we don't bid out by sections unless the project is covering that area. And I just wanted to sort of differentiate between a bid and a request for proposals.
Right.
For RFQ. There's 2 different processes that are kind of getting mingled. I just want to make sure you were speaking about one or the other, because they're different from each other. Purchasing, contract administration procure in 2 different ways.
Just from my own mind, contract administration is supposed to check on what the purchasing department gave out for build something or something like that?
No.
No. What is contract administration doing? Who checks on the road or wherever is building something to make sure it meets the intent of the contract?
That would be an inspector on a contract.
Morris Massey Legal Department, I did want to say a couple of things. Contract administration also acquires services, engineering, architectural services. They are mandated by state law to go through the CC&A process, which is not a pure bid process. The other thing, relative to real estate, if any property is located within a CRA, we're required to do an RFP, not a straight bid. And quite frankly, oftentimes when the city is selling property or trying to seek the development of property, we're not always interested in getting the best price. We're interested in what's going to be built, how that's going to impact the neighborhood. For instance, we recently had to put out an RFP for extending the museum. We did it through an RFP process. We have to go through the RFP process because the museum is located downtown, but we don't, because somebody might come in and offer more than the museum would for that property, we don't necessarily want to award the contract to that party. So I just want to there's a lot of, it becomes very difficult to just say, we're gonna do it by bid and we're gonna award it to the highest bidder in every case.
I'm not,
So-
as you can see, I'm not a genius at this, and I don't know if anybody else it might be, but I'm not, I admit it.
And
So I want to make
Councilman-
sure that what we do does not hamper the city in another area because of 3 bids.
If I could just make a quick comment. The 3 bids, whether you're bidding a contract for services, which would Deanna would do, or for construction, or if you're doing a request for qualifications, which is a proposal process through the CCNA, either one, if we restrict the number of proposals or the number of bids we have to have, we're tying our hands. Because a lot of the bids depend on the market conditions, labor availability, other factors with our contractors that are out there. So we don't always have the availability of the contractors that 3 would be submitting a bid or proposal for.
And I'm so glad you said that because it hit my mind. And I remember back in June of 2016, there was a bid let out on mowing, if I remember. And I got involved looking at it. And I might still have the records, I might have thrown away. And the lowest bid got the job. And then the second and third were within $5,000 of each other. The 4th bid was way out of line. So they awarded it to the lowest bidder. Guess what happened 4 months later? The lowest bidder couldn't meet the demand that he or she signed for. And the second and third bidder, we found out later on, wasn't the same kind of people with 2 companies and the same employees. You have to list the employees, by the way, I believe. That's where I learned that. I think that's what it was. And the 4th bidder was the one that had it originally. We had to hire that 4th bidder to fix what the 1st bidder did. So that was a triangulation of money, lost time, and I'm not saying this happens in every bid. I'm saying the possibility exists that the lowest bidder is not your best bid. And that's only one sample that I know of. There might be any, there might not be none less other than that for one. But I remember that when you brought up that subject matter, just spoke, my mind opened up a little bit, and I thought, bing, I remember June of 20, you don't believe me, check it out, June of 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurtak, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I just had a question. I mean, 5 million's a good number, so I just want to know how many goods and services would that impact? Yeah, I'm just on average.
Purchasing, it would be a handful a year, because most of our bids are not, over that threshold. You know, I know we had, the, solid waste had the, trash service, recently that was, you know, more, and then on this agenda, we have one, you know, but those are the 2 most recent, and, you know, there really isn't, that many that fall in there for us.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. You know what it made me think about, Councilmember Miranda, is the letter that we received from the person who won the bid to clean Hannah Street. They had to withdraw, even though it was the lowest bid, they had to withdraw because they couldn't meet the demands of, because they underbid it themselves and they realized that. I have no problem with the way we currently do business. I think that this bid process will take more time, and that may not be appealing to the contractors who take the time to, you know, participate and do business with us. So I think I'll just leave it at that.
Councilmember Carlson, you had made a motion. Councilmember Hurtak seconded the motion. Anything else you'd like to add? You'd like
Yeah,
to
just
to a
my,
vote?
my motion asks for a draft ordinance to come back, and it does not, it asks for minimum 3 bids for projects over $5 million. It does not say that we should take the lowest bidder, and it only applies to projects 5 million above. For purchasing, we heard that it's only a handful. I wish the number was lower, but in the case of contract administration, this is a separate discussion for a separate day, but I'm pushing for more RFPs rather than RFQs. I know what the difference is, but we need to get bids so that we know how much money we're spending. So anyway, do you want me to read the motion again or just leave it?
Go ahead. question from Councilmember Quindana, and then we'll ask you to read it again.
I have a question, because a lot of the concern I know as I've listened to you on these issues, and I've had the same kind of questions. On the construction projects, the difference between design build versus, having our own design and then building it out for construction, is that part of what, is that a separate issue? Because I don't quite understand the difference between the two of these things.
I think that's a separate issue for another day. I think we should separate design build from construction. For example, on Howard Avenue, if we separated those two, then the public wouldn't be concerned that something's absolutely going to be built. They would just know that we're going to be designing it. If you talk to staff, it makes some sense to combine them, but it's a separate issue for maybe for another day.
Okay.
We have a motion from, yes.
Yes, sir. And my question is to staff, and I have nothing against this in theory, but if we pass this, would this in any way unreasonably burden you? Would it make, the process unreasonably difficult?
I know you're referencing purchasing agreements and not construction bids. So I'll let Deanna speak to that if you're talking about purchasing bids.
Yeah, and obviously it'll be a burden. Is it an unreasonable burden? That's.
So currently, we start looking at our contracts about 5 months ahead to determine, do we need to rebid it? Do we have renewals available? Things like that. If we go through the entire process and we didn't get 3 bids and we need to go back and start over, one will be out of contract. So, it doesn't really, if I have to start 8 months ahead, how do I know at that point if I want to renew a bid or if I want, if I'm just starting? So it really puts us in a place where we won't have enough time to react and handle other business and all of that. So it's a burden on the staff. But there are certain circumstances, that are going to go over that amount. I do believe with the solid waste contract, I think we got 2 bidders. There aren't a lot of companies locally that are going to be able to come and go down the street and pick up everybody's trash, right? There's just so many that do that. Chemicals is another one, right. That is a high dollar, and it's a critical, city need, right? Mm-hmm. We need to have clean water. We need, so there are going to be instances where it is absolutely detrimental to city services.
That's all I needed. Thank you. Yes.
So is it, Mr. Carlson, after hearing all this, is this kind of a solution looking for a problem because it's limited to just this, it's so few and the issues that we're hearing, like when I saw Brad Baird, nodding and with issues there because I was curious, I thought this was going to construction and some of the other issues we had, but with this issue, it just seems like it's kind of a solution looking for a problem maybe that doesn't exist in these particular contracts.
I think if you look at the Miami-Dade one example, I think we should go down a lot farther. But the motion does include purchasing, contract administration, and real estate. To Mr. Massey's point, there was a piece of real estate in the last administration sold in downtown below market, and people weren't happy with the outcome, and the city and CRA ended up spending $6.5 million to reconfigure roads and things.
But that's a different issue from what we're talking about today, because now we're just talking about procurement stuff, right?
No, the motion is for purchasing, contract administration, and real estate, but only projects above $5 million. And the way I see this is a beta test, and then in a couple years we'll have data and we can come back and maybe lower it. But starting at $5 million, the community was appalled with Hannah Avenue that it was not put out for bid. They're appalled that Fair Oaks was not put out for bid. And so RFQ is not sufficient to find out if we could have saved money if we had somebody else bid it. And it doesn't mean we have to take the lowest bidder, but we need to have more than one bid.
On the real estate thing, I think we have to have more discussion, because I'm not feeling like a subject matter expert to weigh in on that quite yet. The procurement thing, I feel like staff has explained themselves well enough that it may be a solution looking for a problem, but I'm willing to talk. I think we need to have this brought back another day to talk about real estate acquisition and RFPs and all of that, because I think that's a much bigger issue. And I agree with you about that concern.
How about if I change Mr. Chair, could I change the motion just to say,
go ahead.
Motion to ask legal staff to, instead of draft an ordinance, to return to the workshop on June 23rd.
That's a good day.
To discuss the possibility of an ordinance that would require purchasing, contract administration, and real estate to get at least 3 bids for items that exceed $5 million.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Can we take the procurement thing, because I think that's been asked and after by staff, but I think the real estate's the real concern here, no?
I have concern with all of it. I mean, example, we've seen, you weren't here, but when I first started 5 years ago, we were still getting contracts from the last administration, and one of them was for HD cameras for police helicopters. And there was only one bid, and I asked the question publicly, how come there's only one bid? And they said there was one other bid, but it was excluded because it was 80 miles away. And I said, well, how much was the distance required? And they said 30. And we looked it up, and that bidder was 30 miles away. They didn't even try to make it 50 or something. They made it exactly. And so the purpose of this also is to find another way to prevent targeted RFPs. Not saying that this administration or this purchasing department is doing it, but it's just to protect taxpayers going forward, to make sure that that we have additional layers of process in place.
So this may not be just about 3 bidders, it may be more comprehensive, and maybe it could be still less than 3, but maybe address issues like we just described.
Well, the point is that if you get bidders, then and not RFQ, but if you get actual bids, then you know what the options are.
But they still could do what you just described.
They could, yeah.
You know, that doesn't solve that problem.
Yeah, and there are other cases of that, but I don't want to go through all of it right now.
Okay.
But
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson's for June 26th, you said?
yeah, motion to ask legal staff to
26th or 23rd?
to discuss a draft ordinance on a possible, let's say, possible draft ordinance on June 23rd,
Yes.
which is a workshop, that would require purchasing, contract administration, and real estate to get at least 3 bids for items that exceed $5 million. So the
June 27th is the workshop.
June 23rd, right?
No, I have, yeah, June 27th, 27th.
Oh, then are you in a
I'm sorry,
different month?
I'm in the wrong month. 27th, okay,
All right.
good day.
Do we have a second?
I'll second, but with some caveats. I mean, if we're gonna do that, we might as well dig in and have a conversation about RFPs and RFQs.
I think we have that another time, I don't
Oh,
remember when.
okay.
Councilmember Henderson, your mic was on, and then Councilmember Miranda.
Mr. Miranda was first.
Okay,
Let me just say this. And here again, I'm gonna make some assumptions of fact that may or may not be factual. So there's 4 bidders on a job. On something that was done before, 4 or 5 years ago, 2 years ago, or last week, or whatever. So your department should know the inflation rate regarding that product and what it should be within a certain line of scope. But now you get these 4 bidders, and I'm not saying this is happening here, please don't misquote what I'm saying, or that it's not being anywhere else. But there is a possibility that 4 bidders, or 5 bidders, or 2 bidders, or 50 bidders can get together and have what's it called collusion. And all of a sudden, what your item was, I said was $1, you think it'd go up to $1.05 at most, they come up all up with $1.15. Now you're gonna have to choose one of those. And this has happened before in America. It's called greed. G-R-E-E-D, greed. So that's very hard to find, but they have gone to jail for that.
Right, I mean, we look for things like that, and sometimes there's telltale signs, but not always. You know.
So then you have looked at item, spread on the past, and if it's a 4-year contract to do something, they finish your contract, everything was good, then you figure out the next 4 years, if it's the same item that's needed, what was the inflation rate and what was the cost of materials? So I would imagine you know what cost of materials are when you're bidding out something.
Right,
I'm satisfied with that, thank you.
yes. We, for every bid, we look at the pricing to make sure that it is in line with what we were expecting. You know, and, you know, most of our contracts are repetitive, so we know how many bids we've gotten in the past, we know what we've paid in the past, we know if it's something new. You know, we're also making sure it's in line with what was budgeted, right? We don't bid things out that haven't been budgeted. You know, so there are a lot of checks and balances in place already to make sure that the price that we're paying is fair. And that's something that purchasing works directly with the user departments, you know, to make sure before we make an award that it is within, you know, the anticipated expenditure amount and all of that, so that the price is fair.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I promised myself, every time, something in District 5, and particularly the Hannah Street project and now Fair Oaks, is always going to be the model, of our council member here to, provide new processes, you know, to us, as though something is broken. And so I just don't necessarily believe that process is necessary. Both projects in the District 5 community is, one is completed. It had 30+% minority participation. People were concerned about that. It happened. The design build for Hannah Street, 70% of it went to minority contractors, including the architect, 70% of minority and Black-owned businesses. So I just feel as though, because when I started this position, I believe it was your department before you were awarded this position that came to us about 3 times because you all were awarded for your good work. Am I correct? 3 or 4 times? So it means, and we all commended you and said you all are doing outstanding things. And I just do not see a need to change a process where you have expressed that it would take longer, that it's not necessary. And so that's why I want to support the purchasing department in this mission that you're currently on. There's no need to change it, and I will be voting no even for a workshop.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Carlson, you have a motion. There was a second from Councilmember Hurtak, correct?
Yes.
All right, all in favor? This is to set the workshop for June. We'll do a roll call vote. Roll call vote.
Viera,
No.
Miranda,
No?
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
You know, for this,
State your name.
state my
Yeah,
name,
kidding.
Alan Clendenin, 614 West One Avenue, Tampa,
no,
Florida
no,
3. For the purpose of discussion, I'm not still on board with this, but bringing it back for a workshop is not action, so I'll say yes for bringing it back for discussion.
Henderson,
No.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Viera, Miranda, and Henderson voting no.
Okay. We have 78 next, but we have 76 and 77 that we did not ask for staff for. Yes?
We have Tampa Police Department here who are going to be giving us an update on a budget item. And I know their time is pressed. We were going to
Yeah, no,
have them at the top.
We have no staff for the next 3, and then we're gonna go right to TPD.
Okay, just
So
so-
item number 76, no staff was requested. We do have a memo from Mr. Brad Baird. If there's no question, or if there are any additional questions, can we get a motion to approve 76? Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor? Aye. Same with 77, no staffers requested. Mr. Baird did provide a memo. We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. And then for 78, it was originally requested that staff be present, but that was changed to a no, and we let Mr. Bede know. So if there's no other question, Councilmember Clendenin with the motion to move 78. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda. This is to move the resolution. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Item number 79, TPD is here. Safe and Sound is here. And they're going to come up and speak. Yes, sir.
Upside down.
You're spamming me, turning me.
Good afternoon, Calvin Johnson, Deputy Chief Tampa Police Department. To my right here is Noto Otero, the grant administrator for this grant. And Freddie, he's the COO of Safe and Sound. Gonna go over the Community Violence Initiative grant that we got from the DOJ. In 2022, around the nation, the DOJ gave out a lot of grants regarding trying to get a grip around teen violence. We got $1.5 million for that grant. The focus of the grant is really to address youth gun violence and their families who are involved in trying to correct those issues with the youth through services, etc. The key partners in this grant, the city of Tampa actually got the grant. Within the city of Tampa, the police department is one of the administrators of it. We also have the University of South Florida. Brianna Fox couldn't make it here today, but they are a part of the grant. Also with Safe and Sound Hillsborough with Freddie Barton here as their COO. The initiative is a 3-year program. We're currently in the 2nd year of the program. The focus in the 2nd year is identifying youth and families and implementing the service provision. The 1st year of the grant was all about putting together a program that we had to submit to the DOJ that they would approve us going forward within the grant. We had discussions with them going back and forth, some things they wanted to see. We had to make some adjustments. They gave us the blessing now to go forward with implementing the programs and the grant. Nilda Otero is going to go over the next 2 slides regarding the grant administrator's role.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, let me make a correction to my job title.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I am Nilda Otero, and I am the Senior Grant Analyst for the Tampa Police Department. But for the purpose of this grant, I am the Project Manager. So the Tampa Police Department, as Deputy Chief Johnson mentioned, we were awarded the $1.5 million in 2022 to develop and implement a community violence intervention and prevention initiative within the city of Tampa. So the role of the Tampa Police Department is to oversee the project management, which involves setting a clear vision, determining requirements, allocating resources, monitoring budget, and approving any necessary scope and modifications. We will perform comprehensive assessments, give priority to risk management, and strictly follow the federal guidelines specified in the OMB Uniform Administrative Requirements, also following the requirements of the Department of Justice. We will ensure that all grant requirements, guaranteeing accurate project purposes and strict adherence to quality plan processes. As Deputy Chief Johnson mentioned, we are partnering with Safe and Sound Hillsborough and the University of South Florida. Dr. Brianna Fox, who is going to be the research partner on this project. The purpose of USF is to collect and analyze data for tracking purposes of the violence reduction strategy. USF will be responsible for conducting a comprehensive program evaluation to assess the effectiveness and offer suggestions to ensure the project's long-term sustainability. The Tampa Police Department is also focusing on reducing firearm-related offenses and gang violence through a strategy that combines communication of consequences of violence with support of developing positive routes away from it. The department conducts weekly reviews of shooting incidents, identifying individual and groups for intervention and generating scorecards to monitor city activities. The goal is to reduce violent crimes by 5% within the next 3 years while we have the grant. So we are aiming to foster cooperation, to improve law enforcement and community relations, to establish equality for long-term sustainability. So I'm going to go over the breakdown of the funding. Thank you. So $1.5 million. Everyone always always questions, how the 1.5 is going to be used, where is it going to? So if you look in front of you, here is a breakdown. 16% of this grant will be going to Tampa Police Department for grant administration and support. With grant administration support, that will be allocating funds to the grant staff, which is myself and another individual, officers and crime analysts, which will take, who will be tasked with identifying the youth and who can benefit from intervention services. USF is taking about 29% of the funding that encompasses research, program evaluation, best practice development, and publishing, ensuring comprehensive and effective support for educational institutions. Safe and Sound Hillsborough aims to focus their form partnerships with various organizations to secure funding for academic support, mentorship, vocational training, counseling, work workforce development, and victim support services. Additionally to that, Safe and Sound will be partnering with local groups and organizations to have the opportunity to provide community engagement. So like I mentioned before, if you look in front of you, it actually breaks down how the funds are going to be allocated. The city of Tampa was allocated $1.5 million. Which then in turn turned around to Tampa Police Department to develop and implement the Community Violence Initiative, which we then in turn are partnering with Safe and Sound Hillsborough to provide an intervention services, while Safe and Sound in turn is going to be partnering with smaller grassroots organizations in the community to provide more direct services to the youth who have been arrested for gun charges. Also, I can have Mr. Freddie Burton speak a little further on how he will be doing that through Safe and Sound.
Good afternoon, Council. Freddie Burton, Executive Director for Safe and Sound Hillsborough. So when we look at the funding amount that's being given to Safe and Sound Hillsborough, direct to the coffers of Safe and Sound, $293,000. That's to hire 2 case managers, 2 intensive case managers that'll work with youth and families that are identified as part of the screening process. That's over the entire grant period. The case managers are going to be attending juvenile court hearings, juvenile detention hearings, and disposition hearings. They'll also work with the crime analyst for TPD to identify them based on a score and criteria thereof. For the purposes of this grant, for this pilot phase, we're going to look to identify 50 youth. If the question is, do you think you're going to be able to attract or find and identify 50 youth? In the last 2 weeks, just in the city of Tampa, there were 6 individual youth that were arrested on firearm-related charges. 6. And those are 6 individual youth that live in the zip codes. That doesn't include more youth that were arrested in the city of Tampa on firearm charges. Currently, Safe and Sound Hillsborough operates a youth gun offender program all throughout Hillsborough County. We have, since January 1 of 2024 to current, we have already begun working with 41 young individuals under the age of 17 that were arrested on firearm charges. So we know that there's a need for this grant, and this is very timely for that. So when you look at the totality of things, we're not just working with those youth who are arrested on firearm charges, but those who are at risk of doing so. When we look at youth who are arrested on violent offenses, whether it's aggravated assault or if it's battery or DV, we know that without some intensive services provided to that youth and the family, they can escalate to even larger offenses. So part of that funding will go to the case managers that we're going to bring on board as part of this grant. When we look at the other funding, the other portion of the funding, we have approximately $350,000 north of that to go to community providers. One of our partners is in the room, Mr. Jay Johnson with Rise Up for Peace. When we look at what are the principal traits of this project, we're looking at working with the deep end youth as well as their families, providing a space and an advocacy component for victims and support thereof, and then engaging the community. We know that there are a lot of organizations that are doing great work, and we know that case management and using law enforcement is not going to solve everything. When you look at the diagram that you see here, we have to address individual, group therapy. We need to look at victim support, advocacy, academic support, life skills, mentorship, vocational exposure, and most of all, something that gets lost is support for the parents of the individual youth that we identify and the parents of the victims of this tragedy that we see that's going around. When the grant was initially written, there were several providers that were included in that grant application, such as Parks and Rec, such as Rise Up for Peace, such as Men of Vision. When TPD or the City of Tampa received the grant, we began to look at where were the gaps. We knew that we needed to address academic support. We knew that we needed to look for victim advocacy and support services. So we reached out to other organizations. We've had 2 meetings with community providers, and we asked them for vetting information, proof of 501c3 status, their financial controls, previous grants or awards that they've had, and the reports thereof. For those that had that information, we started beginning the MOU process. We're working with some of these smaller organizations that don't necessarily have those things and getting them to the point where they can provide services and receive support funding. We will continue to provide that outreach to other organizations. We know, though, that there are some boots on the ground groups. We know there are neighborhoods. We know that there are churches that want to be involved in this effort, but they don't have the capacity or the controls to do that. But they would love to get in this work and provide events and provide services on a small scale, block by block, to work in tandem with us. To address that, this grant is also allocating $100,000 in this initial round of funding for sponsorships and mini grants for those groups. For those agencies that don't have those financial controls and they're not designated 501c3s, but they do want to put together a workshop and have facilitators to come in to get some printing of flyers and to print out materials, we'll be able to have them on our front-facing portal on the webpage to apply for those support funds, and those will be paid directly to the vendors and not necessarily the organizations because they don't have the controls. So this is a way for the community organizations, our churches, to get things done. If you want a quick example of that, if we have a church that says we want to do a Stop the Gun Violence rally, we've got a facilitator that's coming in and we just need printing, we need paper, we need pens, we need some supplies for this. They'll be able to apply for that mini grant and then they'll be awarded and it'll be a sponsorship that's paid and we'll pay for those supplies directly. So when we go back to the diagram of the funding, we see that 30%, a third of this funding is going directly out to the community through providers and then organizations and groups that want to be a part of this. When we look to close this, and then we'll take any questions that you may have. In summary, when we look at what is this grant and this funding designed to do, who are we working with? We're working with youth ages 10 to 17 who are currently involved with some type of gun or weapon-related offense or at risk thereof. We're also going to be working with the families, which is something that's not really done much in these programs. So we're going to identify those individual youth who have siblings who have yet to go down that path of delinquency and see what we can do to provide support, working with victims as well as community groups. When you look at the what and see the services that are going to be provided, even when we think of this $1.5 million, $1.5 million is a drop in the bucket when we look at the totality of services that need to be provided, which is why we're looking in that initial cohort or initial group of 50 young people over the next few years. We know that the grant is an initial 3-year grant. We already feel very confident that this will be renewed. DOJ did announce another round of funding that will be coming out, and Nilda and I are already talking about how do we leverage this grant into more funding. Where throughout the city of Tampa, we see that, and as we've seen with recent events, gun violence can happen anywhere. If we took a cross-section of the city and we used 275 and I-4, if we use that to develop quadrants, over the last 2 weeks, we've had individual youth arrested in the city of Tampa in each one of those quadrants. So it's not localized in one area. Why? We're looking at interrupting a retaliation or these kids going out and picking up firearms in response to something, to prevent gun violence, to reduce accessibility of guns in the hands of youth, and then focus on community engagement and bridging the gap between law enforcement and community. And how? By working with focused deterrence, providing support services to the youth and communities, and helping to improve the perception of safety in all of our neighborhoods so that we can continue to have foster engagement. With that, we will turn it over to Chief to answer any questions.
So when it comes down to the grant, nationwide, the DOJ, there's many cities doing this in different types of ways. And the reason why they're doing it is we find that law enforcement is not the only answer. We find that parents need help. There's a lot of nonprofits out there that they got a heart for their community, but they don't got the foundation to get the funding to help them in their programs. And that's why Safe and Sound is here, to give them organizations the help they need as far as finding a way to keep track of their records and giving them the help they need to put on programs, and possibly to learn about the grant process and apply for their own in their own little area of what they're trying to do for the community. So the city of Tampa is partnering with everybody who we know on the ground floor has skin in the game in reducing teen violence. Any questions?
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Barton. You know, I have tremendous respect for you and what you do in this community. I see Mr. Johnson in the community here as well. When you say that, you know, 6 youth were arrested, that's the number that you brought up just recently. Are they under 18? Are they under 14? Is it, 17-year-olds, or is it kids even younger than that? Or is it's a variety? 15 over the last, and this is just from April 1st to current. We've had 1 15-year-old, 2 16-year-olds, and 3 17-year-olds. Okay. All right. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you guys for this wonderful report and everybody, Mr. Barton, everybody being here. We really appreciate it. And again, I also wanted to, as you all did, recognize our friend Mr. Johnson with Rise Up for Peace that does so much. You know, one of the reasons I love Rise Up for Peace so much is because it's individuals who have been affected by senseless violence in the most personal way possible. Often they're kids. I'm a father, and I couldn't imagine. It's pain in areas that you never knew existed and you don't want to know existed. And you got folks like Mr. Johnson, like Patricia, like so many others who have sustained this pain, and then they use it to give people hope and restoration who need it, who are going through that terrible process. I always say that crime is an issue, and victims of crime is an issue of equity and justice. It is, and that's where I disagree with a lot of people sometimes on one, what I consider one political extreme. And by the way, I'm not talking about anybody in the city of Tampa, no one in city council, nothing of that nature. I know, right here. No, but obviously not. But which is that you know, law enforcement and supporting police, people in all communities want police. They want sensible policing. But they want to make sure that whenever violence erupts in communities, you're going to have law enforcement there. Just common sense, right? And we should never get so out of touch that we disregard just that normal sentiment that every community has, and always say that victims of crime and violent crime should matter to every community. Your zip code, no gated community will protect you from that, from your duty or your obligation to support people who are victims of crime, whether you're in Hunters Green, Palmacia, Hyde Park, Tampa Palms, Bayshore, doesn't matter. That's got to be your issue. So just, I really thank you all for everything that you do. I always say that you got to be quote unquote tough on crime, violent crime, but also tough on the causes of crime. Hopelessness, poverty, you know, just the lack of opportunity, the lack of hope that often leads people to a life of crime. And when we invest in things like, you know, after school programs and apprenticeships and job training, et cetera, we create a pathway to hope. And that also solves crime, that prevents crime. So just wanted to say thank you all for your presentation and for all that you do. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, ma'am, do you want to speak?
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. I am very excited about this. I think it's a great thing going forward, especially focusing on families of youth. I think that's really novel and exciting. So I just had one quick question is, since this is more of a new area, but just overall, how are you going to evaluate like what strategies are working? What are your stop spots for saying, okay, this is working, maybe this isn't working, so next time let's try this. What are your stop spots for this particular grant? And I mean, if I was going to target one thing, like the families of youth, how will you know if you've been successful, what you need to change? Because you'll have to change something, because nothing's perfect. But where is that space?
That's going to be, that space is a space that USF dives into. Once we find out that we're helping out this youth and talking with the families, and they're staying out the system, whether it's 2, 3, or 4 months, that's not the only gauge that we're using for success and non-success in this program.
No, my question is, at what periods in this grant calendar will you be stopping and asking these questions? Because once you get started, it's really easy to just keep on going. So this is the kind of work I did before I was a council member. So this is very near and dear to my heart, because there's no such thing as perfect. So what are your stop spots to say, how do we need to change
So there are multiple pause points, right? So
Okay.
there's the pre-90-day period that we're going to watch for initial intervention. We're going to look for the youth that are actively receiving services. We're looking at a 30, 60, 90, then 180-day track period. So keeping them in programming for 6 months, monitoring them for an additional 6 months. When we look at management of operations, we're looking at that evaluating quarterly. When we look at best practices and see what's our long-term effect on recidivism, USF's going to be identifying that quarterly, but then also moving and pivoting as we go. The benefit of this model is it allows us to be nimble, and we can respond to changes that are needed based on the environment. When we look at youth and adding the layer of working with the families, one of our key things that we're going to track is the sibling arrest rate. So Unfortunately, with the youth that we have currently in our program, a youth gun offender program, 81% of our youth have had either a mother, a father, or a sibling previously arrested or incarcerated. We're looking to see how does having active programming reduce that rate, and we'll be monitoring that and making shifts along the way.
That's great. That sounds wonderful, and I hope at some point, maybe a year and a half in, that you'll come back and give us a presentation on how successful that's been or what you're seeing out there. I think this is an absolute wonderful program, and I look forward to our expansion of some of our city activities, city youth activities, can hopefully, provide a place to help get kids off the street. But y'all are targeting the area that we really need, which is folks who are already in there, and love partnering with nonprofits who are doing that work, because that is not what we do best. So it's, but a wonderful partnership. I'm excited about this.
Council Member Miranda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks again, all of you, for being here. When you look at hotspots, if something happens there, that necessarily doesn't mean that they live there. They come from somewhere else. So there's two different things, hotspots and where's it coming from. And in my mind, when you do this, you'll have a pattern in 6 months to a year exactly what's going on, where, how, and when. And, let's face it, why are there guns in the street? Why were there guns in the street before? Nobody could afford a gun before. The kids could afford a gun. They can't afford a gun now. The kids see something and they register in their mind that that's normal. It's not normal. But these are the things that you grew up with around, and I'm not talking about parenting. The parents may not even know about it. And these are the problems that we have in America. You have 350 million people, and you got 1 billion guns. 3 for every household. So it is what it is. And you can't solve the problem until the young generation realizes that that's not the right thing to do. And I mean under 12 years old. Because the next generation will be the same. No matter what color, what race you are, it's the same thing everywhere. Everybody's got a gun, and they're not afraid to pull it. And that's the problem we have today in society. When I was growing up, no one had a gun. You just had to outrun the guy who was going to beat the hell out of you, and you'd be all right. Now you can't do that. You can't outrun a bullet. That's the problem we have. Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Barton, hello. Hello. I just was wondering, I Rise Up for Peace, I see you. I really appreciate all the work that you do. First event that I went to as councilwoman-elect was Rise Up for Peace, the bench dedication over at Reagan Park. 2 thoughts and questions is, this is like the scariest topic for me when it comes to just even knowing that a child can have a gun in their hands. Is there any prevention activities in place for a younger population of kids that we can prevent from putting the guns in their hands? And the other part too is, are there any funds within this grant that does any community marketing, things to just let the everyday citizen in Tampa know what should we be looking out for? I know we should lock our cars. I know that that's the one, because they're getting guns from cars that are left unlocked, which is kind of mind-blowing to me. So just that, marketing as well as addressing the youth. Thank you.
When it comes down to the youth, and I have to say with the police department, with Parks and Rec, and actually with City Council, there's a lot of prevention going on for our youth, between the SROs, between our programs at Parks and Rec, through Stay and Play. I have my officers going into the high schools, talking with the football programs, baseball programs, with the kids on life and what they can do and not do to stay out of trouble. There is a lot of front-end prevention conversations going on with the youth out there. I'm going to let Freddie talk on the second half, but one portion that we're missing from our youth standpoint when it comes down to prevention, and that is how we work with that family internally. We can talk with the kids all day long and what they could and should not do, but when they go home and they're dealing with their close friends and their families, they may be getting a different message from them when it comes down to their behavior. So the part of the grant that allows us to kind of tap into the family to me is a very important part of trying to be proactive with the youth and keeping them out of trouble.
Yeah, to answer the second question, this is why we have that funding that's set aside for neighborhood associations for our churches. Our biggest marketing engine and push is going to be the community itself. You know, the city of Tampa, TPD, Safe and Sound, no one organization can saturate themselves all throughout and permeate the city. But if we strategically place opportunities for our local groups and our local residents, our neighborhood leaders to do block by block, marketing events, bringing people out, we have funding set aside to help with education and awareness. Most of you know that Safe and Sound, we focus on education and awareness. We did a short film last year. We're doing another film this year, putting it out through the schools and the community to let our kids know it's not just about the choice, but the consequences of those choices. We are aggressively tackling or trying to tackle the stop leaving guns in cars, stop leaving guns in garages, stop leaving your garage remotes in your car with your car unlocked in the driveway. The kids are now understanding they can take garage remotes out because if your car's in your driveway, you probably you're gonna go out your front door and not pay attention to your garage remote. What happens when you leave? They come back and they open up your garage and that's how they're getting in the house. We're tackling through social media, understanding that some of our kids talk to one another and decide which neighborhoods they're going to hit at one particular day and time. The only way that we're really going to really saturate the community is to get our community partners to talk to our parents who are out there. It is not just the parents of the kids who are getting involved in this. It's for those parents who have no clue who their kids are hanging out with that we have to watch and we have to talk to and have those conversations and push that message out. Councilman Miranda is absolutely right. It's a different day. And technology is not our friend in the battle against gun violence because of the sensationalism that's surrounding social media with this. So we're trying to aggressively put marketing and media out there for our parents as well as the kids themselves.
Can we get a motion to move the resolution? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much.
All right.
Next is item number 80, followed by 82. 80, then 82.
Yes, sir.
Afternoon, Chair, afternoon, Council. Here to speak on item 80, motion made by Councilman Carlson for an update on paving activities following making about $7 million available from the parking budget to mobility for paving. And it's my pleasure to provide this update because we've got a very good story to tell. I'd like to start off with operations and what we're doing with our in-house paving, how we've expanded this program, and then I'll talk about the capital piece of it and how we're using the funds. So our operations manager, Brian Roger, he oversees about 157 people, and his transportation chief, Mike Brown, have done outstanding work in this area. Since February, we've effectively doubled our paving capacity. We've doubled it, and this is even as we are in the process of purchasing equipment to double our capacity. And we've done that with rented equipment. We've not even hired people, about 8 staff that would have served as that second paving team. We've repurposed folks from our operations team, and we will backfill positions that we've taken them from. So this is really our operations team being extremely creative, and the numbers speak for themselves. And we have 2 paving teams right now. One's working in Hyde Park, the other's working in Southeast Seminole Heights. And a quick look at the numbers. If we look at why we're expanding our in-house capabilities versus contractor, the price difference is about 100%. That is the difference in price. So we can do twice as much work by expanding the capacity to pave in-house. And more importantly, that becomes a more resilient team because we're now less vulnerable to market forces and inflation and those type of things. So quick update on what Brian Roger and Mike Brown and their teams have been up to. Looking over the last few years, we've generally averaged about 3 to 4 miles per month. which was also consistent earlier starting between October 1st and January. Through then, we've done projects that include Oakford Park, Ybor City, 8th Avenue, Palmacia West, Southeast Seminole Heights Phases 3, and Ybor City, we did a couple of lots out there. At that point, we were averaging about 2.5 miles. Again, we're working with an old paver, but now we have the rented equipment. In February, since we've brought on rented equipment, repurposed our teams and all of that, we're at almost 5 miles a month. Our target by the end of this year is to get to 8 miles a month. And we're well on our way to reaching that target. Again, thanks to the creativity of this team. Between February and March, so this is just in 2 months, we've done Oakford Park, another lot in Ybor City, and we have initiated Hyde Park, which is about 30% done, and the Seminole Heights Phase 1, which is also currently undergoing. Future projects that this team will do in fiscal 24, Port Tampa Phase 2, 15th and 109th, West Main Street, quick build, Morgan quick build. Hyde Park is also a quick build, by the way. We're making changes on Swan. We're basically relocating parking from Swan Avenue into some of the neighborhood streets. We're in the process of kind of notifying the neighborhoods and all. They're working through that as the teams are paving. And the purpose is, and those that are familiar, Woodrow Wilson, once it lets out, you have dozens of students that bike both east and west on Swan Avenue, and we have an incomplete bike network out there. So this is mainly for those students, but also all of the commercial activity on Swan as well. We'll also be doing Henry at 30th, Habana and MLK, Armenia, South Armenia around Platte and Swan, Courier City, Oscawana, that area, and then Morrison around the Church and Swan area. So all of this will be done just with our in-house teams this year. On sidewalks, our engineering team is in the process of putting out a $2 million design build contract to fill critical sidewalk gaps identified in the MOVES plan. Most of these are around schools, around parks, and they correlate with our Safe Routes to Places program. And this is going to be a competitive $2 million program. Whichever contractor is best qualified and can do most work will be selected. And then in the meantime, our operations to date have done about 3,800 linear feet of sidewalk repairs. Councilwoman Hurtak, you had asked about Ridgewood Park. And they were out there, they were grinding, they completed, and then they moved on. So that's what happened out there. However, Brian or his team members are in Ridgewood Park as we speak to make sure that we did complete the job and that we didn't leave. So I know there weren't a lot of details, but we'll figure it out and get back to it. So that was operations. On the capital side, there's going to be a lot of action this year on paving. So we've already completed to date North Boulevard. This was an FDR. That's what you were saying, Councilman Miranda, about full depth reclamation, going down to those shells. Basically, if you pave on top of every layer, which is what we've done for decades, at some point that base degrades. So you've got to go down past 3 inches, past 8 inches, and reestablish that base. That cost is about 3 times a regular resurfacing job. And many of our collectors within the city are in that shape. So these are going to be costly projects, but there's just no option not to do them because there's stormwater issues, there's all other kinds of issues with that. So we did that FDR job. We did Rocky Point from Courtney Campbell Causeway to Bay Club. In progress, we have Spruce from Lois to Dale Mabry. That's an FDR as well, full depth reclamation. And in East Tampa, 24th Street from Chelsea to Emma. And upcoming this year, in various stages of either RFQ directly or completing design or working with our ops as well, The first is gonna be the Cleveland Street Quick Build. This is gonna be from Willow to Parker. And that is in conjunction with THEA. We're making improvements at the intersection of Willow, that off-ramp just before Willow, which is not very safe, and we're improving that out there. That will be partially a lane elimination. The leftmost lane is very underutilized anyways. And then it adds to the unsafe condition out there. So we're eliminating that lane, adding more on-street parking with all of the action going on in Grand Central and moving westward from there. And then the bike lane will be tucked behind parking. So the bike lane itself will be safer. So that's a quick build. We'll be working on O'Brien from Spruce to Cypress. 30th Street, this is much needed in District 7. We'll be doing the first phase, Bougainvillea to Yukon. And then in the city portion of Florida and Tampa Street, Florida Avenue and Tampa Street. So from Jackson to Broreen. That's a project that Transportation Engineering is doing in partnership with Parking. Parking is going to work on walkability around Fort Brooke Garage, and then Transportation Engineering will do the paving along with additional bike facilities out there. Then we've got another quick build downtown, and this is the Morgan Street quick build from Tyler to Whiting. The origin of this project was we'd done a class with USF, Civil Engineering, and they'd picked this corridor, given us some ideas, and then we developed that. And then finally, Broreen Street, that will be a full depth reclamation as well, from Ashley to Morgan. But that may or may not happen this year. We're trying to get it out, but there are other factors as well. We're looking at a potential to two-way Broreen from where it currently is a one-way. That'll be a huge benefit. I won't go into details, but if you're coming off of 275, once you get to Broreen, your only option to go south from there is that S-curve, which is also a huge pedestrian crossing. Yeah. So there's really no network at that point. And if we two-wayed it, you could actually go to Franklin, or you could go to Ashley, and now that creates additional network benefits. So I'll stop there, but we're putting these monies to good use, at least based on all of the data that I have shared. And I would like to make an appeal that if you fund our teams more, we'll be able to do even more. I'm sure we're going to learn through this process because we're growing very rapidly, but we'll get to a much better place continuously. I'll take any questions.
Councilmember Miranda, you were
Thank you,
first.
Chairman. Thank you very much. By accident the other day, I was there in the neighborhood in Oakford Park, and I went to see someone on a clothing matter. And it's beautiful. From Cypress to Kennedy, from MacDill to Himes, it looks very, very nice. And we want to thank you for that. It's I noticed something also on MacDill. The other day I was on Palmetto going east on Palmetto from MacDill, and I saw where all the sidewalks were shaved off to meet the other one, because the water table, as it gets under, it'll either lift it or lower it. And that shaving. However, there's one that, if I may, I'm not here to ask you to do any special favors, but 4414 North Dale. Dale is one block south of Cleveland. Mm-hmm. That poor gentleman's been after me for about 8 months, and every time I see him in the restaurant, he asks me the same question about it. I said, I haven't forgot about it. I'm taking care of it, which is true, but I know it hasn't gotten to your level. But if you have a grinder, I'll go do it myself. I mean, it's just...
Well, I've made a note of it, and we'll follow up with
Ms. And I'm not trying to embarrass you in no way.
You don't need to put the bid out, we'll do it.
That's in-house, city council paving team.
Yep.
See, you don't have to pull them just for that one department, you can pull them from here. Charlie's trying, give him a hard hat, put him out there with some asphalt.
I drive the truck, and
I knew you'd take the easy job.
I do want to go out to Havana and Martin Luther King with a weed whacker, because there's a median there and it's just way overgrown. I can do it. I'm happy to do it. Councilmember Clendon.
Yeah, a couple of questions. Sure. One, reference the funding. I see there's somebody sitting behind you and to your left. Fiscal year 25, paving budget. Let's get this money in the paving, but I'm hoping to at least triple the paving budget.
And I'm really intrigued that you've got 100% savings by bringing this in-house. Clearly, that's good fiduciary responsibility for the taxpayers of Tampa, and it's actually getting done what I think most people in the city of Tampa want us to get done, is pave their darn roads. So, I mean, kudos to you guys for doing that. I'd look forward to expanding those opportunities and bringing more on. So, in-house, do we have the technical capability of doing the deck repair as well, or is it just paving?
Right now, it's just paving.
Okay.
But we have a pretty ambitious team, so with the right kind of resources, we will add to our capabilities.
So that is something that we could reasonably bring in-house if we have the funding?
It'll take a few years.
Yeah.
Our next focus would be, after expanding paving, would be to be able to do our own sidewalks.
Right.
And once we're able to do our own concrete work, we'll be able to do more bike lanes as well, because those separators, concrete medians.
Ms. Duncan, let's get that done. Let's get that funded. I mean, that's just seems like a brilliant idea, especially with as much as people want to, you know, they want their sidewalks and they want their streets paved. This is something that if we and the protected bike lanes, if this is something that we can do in-house and we can do double what we could do before, man, let's do it. Let's put our foot on the accelerator. I'm really happy to see, and obviously I've seen it all over town, some of the, more so than I have in the last 5 years. Yeah. I'm starting to see that we're actually out there paving. So I do see it with my own eyes. I appreciate it. My neighbors see it. And I'm at the risk of sounding like Councilman Miranda. There's a sidewalk on Bay Shore that goes between Swan and Brevard that's substandard. It's too small and it tilts the wrong way. We have one of those electronic crosswalks that leads to it in the summertime. When it rains, it's filled with water and it doesn't drain. I was told back in the Bob Buckhorn administration it was going to get repaired. I get hammered on it all the time from neighbors that it's still a problem because it just pools with water and water stays there for days on end. It's just it's because the gradient there. Correct. I think they have to rebuild it and move it out or something to build it up and to get a solution. But it seems weird that we have people trying to cross an electronic crosswalk and we're walking them into a lake in the summertime. Absolutely. So that's one specific issue. And like I said, I hate to bring out something so specific when you're doing such a great job. I think that was it. Again, man, kudos. I really appreciate it. Oh, one more thing. A little bell went off in my head when you were talking about Florida and Tampa and Fort Brooke. Streetcar. What you're doing, is it going to help facilitate that? We're not doing something we're just going to have to rip back up, right?
Absolutely. It will facilitate the streetcar, and that will be something we will touch upon when we talk about the accelerator as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the accelerator discussion.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. This was a very exciting update. As others have said, the paving is very obvious around town. It doesn't matter where I go. It seems to be touching each part of the city, which is very important that we're being equitable about it. So I do appreciate that. But what I would love from your team, and I'm only going to ask this because you've already set the expectation bar so high, because I love your stormwater reports, maps. It just would be really handy, instead of talking about this, to be able to show, even if you have to have them separate, but what we've done, what's coming. I mean, you don't have to put a big timetable, but like in the next 6 months, we're expecting to do this. I think the public would love that. I would love to see that. They would love to see that on here, and then, maybe even after you report to us, you can put them up on your website. I wouldn't want to do anything that would cause you too much more work for people calling in, but it does sort of prepare people and say, hey, it's coming to my neighborhood. And I think people are excited about this. This is a very tangible thing that the city of Tampa does. And I just want you to be able to shout your success from the rooftops, but congratulations. And just so you know, where you were talking about replacing all of the substrate, I was at the Southeast Seminole Heights Stormwater meeting on Tuesday night, and they said that the substrate on Nebraska, north of Hillsborough, 24 inches. Yeah. 24 inches. I don't even know how you're gonna that's a whole different can of worms. Well, and then you have under there, you've got all the pipes. So it's gonna be
we're actually taking a look at that right now, because you're talking about the 24 inches.
Yeah.
clearance between the pavement and the inlet top as well. So that absolutely.
Yeah, and then just everything under that. So they say 3 months. That's wishful thinking. But anyway, thank you.
I think you need a tagline. Good morning, Tampa. I love the smell of asphalt in the morning. There you go.
Absolutely. And on the maps, Councilwoman Hurtak, real quick, coincidentally, the team was discussing this today. So Josh, who's our comms person, he's a rock star. He's doing a great job. Him, Sarah, who leads our CAP team, they take all of the calls, by the way, the customer service calls. And paving being our #1 concern is a big deal. And the rest of the team, we're all going to put the PCI map on our website. And then as we resurface each neighborhood, we'll put the maps out there as well. But these maps do go out to the neighbors in the door hangers that we add. So the immediate community sees it, but we do understand, given that this is the #1 complaint, that the community sees what the condition is citywide and where we're working and where we're going next. So.
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me. Like I said, your reports for stormwater are very clear and succinct. So that doesn't surprise me that you already started working on that. So,
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, thank you, Vic, for you and your team for doing this. This is the first of these presentations. The #1 complaint concern I get is about road conditions, and so appreciate you doing this. You presenting yourself takes us out of the middle, allows you to present to the public, which is great. I'm sure the public will appreciate that you're taking things in-house. I'll give kudos on that as well, bringing the cost down. And if you do it on sidewalks, maybe it'll actually bring the cost down to what we're charging developers instead of above.
Absolutely.
The other thing, though, is that as I understood it, I think some people in the public believe, is that the priority of the road repair was outlined in Tampa Moves, and so they have an expectation that a priority like that is going to be followed. And sometimes, I haven't checked myself, but folks say that it appears that some roads are, because they can see what roads are being repaired, they think some roads are being repaired out of order. Is there a place, can they go to the Tampa Moves website and see the priority of the roads that should be developed and maybe a general timeline? Is there a way for people to look at that?
So that's a really good point, and that's what we're working on in presenting that information. So it's not there right now, and Tampa Moves establishes criteria for repaving, but that criteria is multi-threaded. So it's not just pavement condition. It's also equity, for example. It's also safety. So there are multiple factors out there. And so we're constantly having to balance two things. One is, what does the objective data tell us based on the criteria that was set up in Moves? It's much easier to do that with sidewalks, for example, because you either have a functioning sidewalk or you don't. But with a roadway, the design and everything else comes into play. And then the other is rapid degradation. So a lot of our facilities do degrade fast.
Yeah, since you all went through that 4 or 5 year process to develop Tampa Moves, it would be very helpful, I think, to us and the public if that priority and the objective analysis is listed.
Yes.
Because otherwise folks think that the squeaky wheel gets covered, somebody calls the mayor, somebody calls us, and they think they jump to the top of the line. But if they see that it's objective and fair, they may be willing to wait a little bit longer, not forever, but a little bit longer. Do you know how much budget are you going to ask for road repair this year?
So currently, we get a budget target that we back into, so which is what we have done. But having said that, that's an ongoing process right now. We would like to have at least that much more as we did in FY25, which is $7 million, if not more. What I can assure you is we are positioning ourselves in a place where whatever budget is made available to us, we will make sure it is encumbered in that fiscal year.
I think that the feeling of the public is that, we went through great recession, but then there were efforts to bring a new tax in. One of the leaders is in the back of the room. And those taxes didn't go through. So the public feels that that in anticipation of the tax revenues, that these budgets were kept artificially low. And so I think the public doesn't think about it as, okay, if it was 4 million, we raise it to 5. They think that it should have been 50 million or 100 million, and we artificially kept it low. And so that's just a perception that we have to work through. Also, in years past, you asked us to approve lists of the 60, 80 million that we would have paid if the state gave us back that funding. Now it's going through FDOT, and they'll be setting only road repair as a priority. Are you going to reconfigure that list and bring it back to us? What's the status of that?
So in our last meeting with FDOT, it wasn't clear exactly how those funds are going to make it to FDOT. They will make it to FDOT. So there are a couple of options that we've discussed, but what we do know is all of that money is going to be for paving. We had initially provided lists to policymakers through the session at the time. And then it's just going to depend on what happens when everything's approved and goes back to FDOT.
Yeah, if you could, because I think the list included things besides road repair, so maybe some point you could bring it back. And last thing before I run out of time, I have to mention New Suburb Beautiful again, which I think has the worst roads in the state.
Absolutely.
And I mean in the city, and they really need to be re-bricked for the same reasons you mentioned about drainage before. And it's going to cost more to re-brick, but we need to protect the bricks as we voted on ex council before. Thank you.
Absolutely. We're committed to that. We're waiting on New Suburb Beautiful to reach back out to us. We've reached out to them a couple of times, to Peter specifically. And what we've committed to them is we'll have a workshop with them. Let's understand, map out what's going on. In the meantime, our ops team will do the north-south streets that can be paved without any challenges. And on the budget item, I do want to clarify, historically, we did not have the funds. It was parking doing much better than it has historically that has made that opportunity available last year. So we do look forward to reinvesting parking funds into mobility priorities, but it's a matter of what we invest in ultimately. So,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Next is item number 82. And I see Ms. Duncan here. Ms. Duncan? It's your item, 82?
Come on down, you're the next contestant.
Thank you, Council. Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure Mobility. We are here to talk about the item referencing the requiring projects to be approved by council in addition to being added to the CIP and contract approval. If you don't mind, I'd like just to take a moment to share what currently is the process, so you have a baseline to start from. I just have a couple things I threw together to put on the Elmo. I did make copies of those. I don't know if you hand those handed to you or not. This is just sort of a last minute thought that a visual might be helpful. But if you'd like those, my assistant, the brains of the organization here will pass those along.
Is there anything he's not a subject matter expert on?
Yes. Now-
Is he the longest serving city?
He's in the competition.
He's up, okay.
Yeah, he's right up there.
Wait a minute.
But he knows he can't leave.
Really?
He's not allowed to leave. So just very quickly, I'll wait till you get your handout. This is just real quick overview. Again, what we're doing now, so you kind of have that to start from. So currently, we start out obviously with the comprehensive plan, which we do every 5 years. And we submit it over to the Planning Commission. There's a lot of coordination on that. And from the comprehensive plan, which of course includes the long-range transportation plan, we develop our master plans. We have master plans for pipes, water and wastewater. We develop the moves plan for mobility. We have the stormwater plan, which we reviewed when we did the stormwater assessment, our solid waste transition plan, and we're currently working on an updated master plan for solid waste. So we take the big picture of the comp plan and the long-range transportation plan and study that into a bigger master plan that's a little more granular. So from the master plan, we develop the actual project lists and priorities. And the first step of that formally is presented when the mayor presents her budget every year with those particulars in it. Obviously, next step is to have the budget workshop to talk about operating and capital projects. We have the first public hearing. Between the first public hearing and the second public hearing, that CIP is often tweaked by council with particular interests that you have. Last year was some paving discussions. One year was Cascade and Pool. So whatever the interests are, whether big or small, those adjustments are tweaked accordingly to the extent possible. And that budget is part of the second public hearing, which of course goes to approval. Then every year we take that approved CIP list from that budget approval and submit that to the Planning Commission, which approves it as well. And of course, from that point, the individual projects are then studied further or procured through either an RFQ process or an RFQ bid process, depending on the project. Any contract associated with any of those procurements obviously comes to council for approval. And the project financing is also approved by council, whether it's bonding, whether it's some other debt issuance, whatever the mechanism. And then recently, some additional framework that's been put on this process is the resolution where anything over $20 million needs 2 votes. And we've also added the mayor's executive order, where if we start out with an estimate for an RFQ of a certain dollar amount, and that dollar amount more than doubles through our process, then we've got to revisit that RFQ. Often we may have to go back out to bid again. We have to take the appropriate steps because of the fact that we've exceeded the doubling amount. And just one other real quick slide as far as what the staff does to try to support this process. Obviously, we have the weekly briefings with City Council. We also have the one-on-one briefings that we offer either proactively to you or reactively if you're requesting that. We have the Grade 8 biannual presentation and the Grade 8 biannual report. It's actually going to be coming up May 23rd, I think, next month. And that includes, of course, the pipes update as well. We're doing the stormwater quarterly report, which we appreciate the positive feedback on that. And then, of course, Revenue and Finance every month submits a monthly CIP report. There's an annual debt program update related to the financing of the CIPs. We being Revenue and Finance, adopt their official statement, POS, preliminary official statement, for each bond that is issued. And of course, they're constantly looking at our bond ratings with the agencies, the bond balance versus PAYGO, those sorts of things. And just obviously, as you know, anytime anyone would like a field trip to either a major asset such as a plant of some sort or an actual site visit of there's a sidewalk problem somewhere, we always are available and interested in supporting those. And of course, we have public meetings, sometimes multiple public meetings prior to construction and during construction on most of our large projects, many of the small projects. So I'll stop there. That's just sort of what we're doing now to support this process. And I have Dennis, our CFO, Brad, the know-it-all of everything, Richard Mutterback of CAD, and legal to answer any questions you might have about the current process. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Hurtak and then Councilmember Carlson.
Thank you. I actually just had my monthly budget meeting with Mr. O'Hara and Chief of Staff yesterday to just learning about the whole budgeting. And we came up with we focused on the CIP and how it's kind of a complete puzzle by the time it comes to us at the budget. And one of the things that I would really love to include, and we talked that they're going to look for ways to do this, is when the CIP comes to us, it's 300 pages. How are we to determine what is different? Mm-hmm. And the quick way to do that would be kind of to give a little executive summary. What's new on this? Yeah. What is fallen off? What is no longer going to be on this? But to also include any budgetary changes. So if something went from $10 million and now they want to allocate $20 million, that's a red flag too that we would need to know about. And I didn't mention that yesterday, but it just kind of came to me. Or calendar changes. So, for example, Fire Station 24 was a good example of, we had the money, it was there, but it was not allocated or was not used in a certain year and instead moved, but we didn't know about that if we hadn't looked for it. So if there are any changes, so a little executive summary that just kind of gives us a bird's eye major change from one year to the next, I think would help a lot with this. That's what I'm hoping that we can do for this next fiscal 25 budget. And I think for me, that's a really good marker, because when I'm concerned about the project itself, I want to know, for the biggest thing for us is that we're just simply the financial arm. So I want to know what that budget is, and if I disagree with that, or if we as a body disagree with it, that's the time to talk about it.
If I may, Councilwoman, I think that's a great suggestion. Just one thing we're doing internally with the staff is we work with the budget office to create what we call the new vertical construction form. And what that is we want everyone to be, keenly aware of certain due diligence we should be doing before we actually start a journey on any kind of vertical construction. Of course, some of the horizontal projects are challenging, but it seems to be more the vertical ones, such as some mentioned earlier today. They get a lot of attention, of course, public interest, and just need a little more communication. So that's just an internal checkpoint. And that would be a very easy thing to extract at the very, very beginning of the budget process. What are all the new vertical projects you're considering? So there's different things we can do to try to be more informative beyond what the process outlines for us.
Councilmember Carlson, Councilmember Vieira.
I 100% second what she just said. The transparency into that would be very helpful. There are cases in the past where the numbers changed and it wasn't explicit, and we and the public didn't see it because we didn't have it side by side. Can you put this chart back up again, please, the CIP
Yes.
process? And just to point out to staff and the public, this says CIP process, not project process. And I'm the one that made this motion with support from my colleagues. But if you just go through this, so comp plan, master plan, mayor's budget, budget workshop, first hearing, second hearing, all that is the CIP. So what that means is there are a whole bunch of projects listed together, and there may be some detail in each one, but it's a bunch of projects together. So then same thing, CIP to Planning Commission, projects and contracts submitted for city council approval. So it's only until the last 4 boxes really that we start to talk about a project specifically, and really it's in the last 2, which is or the last one where it comes to us for contract approval. And so what I'm suggesting is that we and the grade 8 presentation is great, and it's a lot more transparency than we had before. But I think what we need is individual projects presented. And when I was talking to Justin and legal, I understand that city council's charter role is to approve contracts and approve costs. And so I believe in sticking strictly to the charter. I'm not trying to usurp the mayor's powers. But it would be a good idea to prevent conflict if we would have what I would call concept approval, and maybe Justin came up with something better, but concept approval early on, ideally before the mayor even presents it in the budget. And as you know, the mayor presents some things, and then chief of staff presents, and CFO presents. But instead of presenting projects in a list of 10 or 20 or 30 or whatever, if we just had individual project presentations, and maybe we give a straw vote to say whether we agree or not, and it should include the concept, how much it's going to cost, and what the financing mechanism is in concept. Because what happens is that sometimes when we talk about the CIP, staff has said, oh, don't worry, you're going to have another bite of the apple, you can reject it later on. But when it comes down to the final vote, we've had some cases recently where the administration and subcontractors had PR and political people out there selling the public to come in and criticize us if we looked at not supporting something in the end. All of that could and should have been resolved way before anybody committed any specific dollar amounts and any specific project. I just think it's better, instead of waiting till the last minute. Otherwise, what's going to happen is there's going to be a big standoff at the CIP discussion, and if you've got 20 projects in there, that's going to be a really long meeting. I'd rather the big discussion about an individual project not happen at CIP, or it's going to happen at the contract stage. And that's where the staff say, oh, well, we put in a year's worth of work and we've spent money and there's expectation of contractors and all that discussion can be handled earlier. And sometimes it works for the administration and sometimes it doesn't. But forcing something through and selling the public and pushing politics, that's not the right way to do this. Instead, we should try to build consensus in the beginning so that we can all buy into it, the community can buy into it, and we answer questions early on so that we can have a smooth process by the time we get to the contract. So I would suggest somewhere, maybe just before, just after the mayor's budget presentation, that there be a concept discussion for each major project, at least projects above $5 or $10 million. Thank you.
Councilmember Vieira, Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Miranda? No, and then Councilmember, so Vieira, Henderson, Clendenin.
Thank you. Yeah, and I get what Councilman Carlson's trying to do here, and then I also get the comments on potentially, usurping the mayor's role or whatever. I mean, this is, I think that the steps that he's talking about are part of good government, and that's great for transparency. How that can be done procedurally, that we'll see how that is. I did want to bring up, I was out on something for my son, and I heard the comment on Fire Station 24. I did want to set for the record the legend of Tampa Fire Station 24 in terms of what happened. I think I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Originally, there were plans for a new Tampa fire station, hypothetically. Chief Tripp then wasn't a big fan of having another fire station in K-Bar Ranch. Then the issue came up a few years ago of North Tampa, Fire Station 13. A firefighter called me over there and said, hey, look, we appreciate that new vehicle you all got us, but you know what? It's not getting the job done. We're still getting our butts kicked out here. So then I started pushing with the administration to have another North Tampa fire station, which would become Station 25. Myself and Joe Greco went and spoke with the mayor and with Chief Tripp, and we went, look, let's make this the new priority. So I want to be clear. I say this because whenever I have a project in the works, and Mr. Rajero knows this because I'm a pain in the butt on this, I stick on it, and that's something that's very, very important for me. So to the extent that may have been in the CIP or something, I don't know. However that works, but in other words, TFR was, the union was never told, oh, a new Tampa fire station's coming, and then it didn't come. No, that never happened. The agreement with, again, 754, myself and the administration, was to have another North Tampa station, which is now at Sulphur Springs, to help give immediate relief to Station 13, which was the busiest station. It's one of 23 stations. They were taking 1 out of 7 calls in the city, the 54th busiest station in the United States. So the plan was made to address that first. Now, why that was still in the CIP, that's a whole different issue. I don't know. But again, I just want to be clear that I never thought something was coming, and then I go, whoa, where is it? That didn't happen. So again, I just want to set the record straight in that regard. But again, the spirit behind this, I think, is great. Because if things are going forward and we're not given the proper address on it, et cetera, and then we want to reject it, well, if the trains are already left the station, it's kind of difficult then to reject it substantively. So again, good spirit.
Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Clendenin.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of reference for that comment that you made about the fire station. I thought the study that we paid for said that we didn't need that fire station, not Barbara Tripp.
No.
She reported it. I thought it was
agree.
based on the study. Yeah. Anyway, we can't talk about it outside of these chambers. I just was wondering about that. But the comment that I want to make is regarding getting city council's permission at concept. I think can be a problem. That's, for me, I can see that becoming a political process right there, because it's a matter of opinion on what we build, where we build, how much we spend. The projects that are going on right, that's just a comment and a thought. The projects that we have right now, how many projects do we have in the works right now? That's a lot, right?
A lot.
Right.
Don't have an exact number, apologize.
Yeah, right. So it's even a matter of efficiency and time and processing. If everything over a few $1 million had to come to our desk, could also be a situation that we're putting ourselves in where we're slowing up things that really we've authorized our capable staff of doing. I just don't see that being a very valuable process, starting that concept with getting our permission based on a small dollar value. And I just wanted to say that publicly. I don't know everything about the CIP process. I mean, I'm still learning, but I do see that is a situation, or I feel as though that is where we're limiting the creativity, we're limiting the desires of a mayor who may be listening to the community, and it starts off as one project, and it becomes something a little bit larger, and the mayor is entitled to that decision. And so I just feel like we're limiting the staff's position on projects as well as the mayor's if we start at the conception of getting city council's approval. That's when it will be political.
Councilwoman Henderson, Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Brad Beard, Deputy Administrator of Infrastructure. We do have an answer to your question on how many projects. We have 215 that are in some form of either design, construction, or closeout. And we have 115 of those that are in construction worth over $1 billion. So,
thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Clendenin.
A couple things. I don't want to set the record on that. Councilman Henderson, while I do agree that the mayor on these things have some latitude, but it's the city council that pays for everything.
Right.
So yes, there's concept and all, but it's still up to the council to pay for it. So this
Right,
seems.
but that, I'm sorry.
No, go
I
ahead.
want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. I don't mind.
No, because it's not a debate. Go
Okay.
ahead. Finish.
So there seems to be, I think, Ms. Duncan, you kind of hit on it. Some of this is the vertical versus the other stuff. The high profile, big things, nobody cares about how the poop is clean. Well, maybe, but, or some of the less glamorous things. But it's these bigger projects that seems to be, and that seems to be that basic, esprit de corps, a sense of collaboration. And because I do agree, my observation of some of these things, it's like, how did we get here? How did we get here where I'm surprised about the scope and scale of a project from what it was presented, X amount of, months or years ago to where we are today. And I think that's kind of where I think we have to figure out that process of how we avoid those surprises. And I think that's the issue that Councilman Carlson has highlighted and brought up today. I don't understand, because I also I'm never going to be the guy that wants to tie people's hands or unnecessarily through bureaucracy slow the process down. But I recognize that there's an issue. I don't recognize what the solution to that issue is.
Councilman?
Yes, sir.
Richard Mutterback, Contract Administration. Just to your point there, how to avoid a lot of these surprises. The mayor's executive order that was signed in November of this past year, that's specifically what it's there for. We just haven't had time for any of these, for it to start working yet, basically. It was signed in November, and it's specifically to alert everybody, stop the project when it more than doubles in price, doubles in time, scope change, land use change, property acquisitions. Any of those things trigger that. And we're highly aware of that now. All city departments are highly aware of that now, and we just have to, we haven't had time for any of those projects to trickle through yet.
Brilliant, thank you.
I'm sorry, if I could also add, Mr. Chair, what started this discussion from Councilwoman Hurtak's perspective, at least yesterday, was that, for lack of a better word, that exception report we're talking about. It's never, of course, our intent to surprise, but to Councilwoman Hurtak's and Councilman Carlson's point, it's a big project. You just heard the number of, and that's just contract administration projects. not other projects in the city the contract administration is not involved with. So I get it, it's a great deal of information, and from a capital improvement plan perspective and from a financing perspective, we too think that would be a pretty valuable report to see what's come off. And then again, that exception report, if you will, of, because presumably most of what council approved in the previous year, they still want to do, but priorities change and things like that. And that report offering a side-by-side comparison, I think, would go a long way to mitigating any surprise. So, thank you.
Councilmember Hurd.
Just for Mr. Mutterbeck, you don't have to get up, but I was just going to say, I would love a copy of that executive order. I might have gotten it, I don't know, but if not, just email it. Oh, if you've got it, then that's, but feel free to email it, just again, so I can refresh my memory. Email to all of us, I think that will be a nice refresher. And then also, Mr. Rojero, while you're here and while we're talking about the budget and thing, do you have any dates for the budget presentation, the workshops, the public hearings?
We're crafting, thank you, Dennis Rojero, Chief Financial Officer. We're crafting those dates now. In fact, this is a pretty good segue into what we'd like to offer is a workshop, budget workshop, and I think Ms. Duncan mentioned it, a budget workshop for City Council specifically focused on the capital improvement plan.
I love that idea.
Yeah, I think its time is probably the time has passed. It is a great deal of information. You know, we have tried to be pretty flexible in what council discusses at these workshops, you know, be it the council's pleasure to do capital or operating, but it probably has passed the time where a sole workshop just for this is warranted. So that will be part of our recommendation to you, along with those other dates that you're talking about.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vieira, you had your hand up, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, no, and I guess Councilwoman Henderson's not here, but I wanted to make clear, I think she said something about a study. I was unaware of a study with K-Bar Ranch. If there was, that's fine. But no, the agreement was to have, to look at other alternatives, because I think there's, within that area, there's like 100, 150 calls. So TFR said, let's first look at more cost-effective measures, having another vehicle, having a cut through Morrisbridge Road. So that's what we're looking at right now. Again, just to make the record clear. And again, that was an agreement, whatever. But yeah, just, it's not here, but whatever.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, Mr. Murdock, could you stand up for a second, please? First of all, I want to say the executive order that he's talking about, although it was an executive order by the mayor, it was based on months of feedback from council and the public. I think that was a very collaborative process where the public gave a lot of input, and then you put your expertise with Brad and others, but you brought a fresh perspective, which I appreciate. So that was based on a lot of input. Second, this idea that I call a concept approval or concept presentation, in your experience, is there something like that you've seen at other cities that we might add to this framework that Ms. Duncan presented?
Well, actually, what, in my mind, like around the CIP workshop would be the best time to hold that, because prior to that, before a project becomes a project, I mean, it's, you know, it's a thought, it's a concept, but we don't really have sound numbers, scope, details until we go through like the preparation of design criteria package, getting ready to advertise that project. That's where that's where the professionals are doing their homework, their due diligence, and you're coming up. So that's done just prior to advertising, and then we can't advertise until we have the funding in place, which comes through the CIP budget. So really, that's an ideal time in order to have that, to a point to where we would have, you know, reasonable, valid information to share, the departments would, and to give you the most information as possible, to be able to ask questions, bring up issues. That would be the best time to make aware. I think the term I used all week with everyone was highlight. You know, that's a good time to highlight these higher dollar projects and talk them through at that stage.
So if I may, just based on this conversation, I'd like to make a motion to ask city staff to report to council at least once a year with a to hold with council at least once a year a CIP workshop, and then to ask staff when reporting the CIP updates to include an exception summary at the beginning so that we and the public know what the differences are. Is that?
Yes.
I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, just for discussion, I mean, that's basically what they're saying that they're going to do.
Well, I just want to
you want it to be
Yeah, I mean,
codified?
what
Okay.
happens if, we've had good people leave. If they happen to leave, I want to make sure it's codified somewhere, so.
Okay, so my amendment would be to be held after the mayor presents the budget, because that's when we'd want to talk about this.
Were you talking about the workshop before? It sounded like you meant before the mayor presents.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
He's offering us the workshop.
Right now, we theorize, or from a philosophical perspective, we think it's valuable. If, top of my head, I would think post the mayor's presentation, because then you've got, I would think a lot of the detailed information that Mr. Mutterback was talking about, as opposed to maybe some nebulous ideas and concepts. I mean, it's council's pleasure, of course, but you would have a lot more detailed information after the budget presentation.
Yeah. Well, and I don't feel like you would have it together. Just kind of, I mean, I know that we get the budget hot off the press. You all are working on it until the night before. But I believe you've given it to us with 24-hour advance, and we do appreciate that. That was very helpful last year, so I would ask for that again. Just giving us a little bit of, background, so we have a chance to look at it and digest it before we see it and talk about it together. But I actually think that, personally, having done all this work around the budget this year, I feel like that is a good time. Maybe before the actual budget workshop, after she presents it to council, maybe before the actual budget workshop, to hold the CIP when the normal budget workshop would be, and then hold the budget workshop later, because the CIP is a lot easier to get your arms around because it's static.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It's all fun and games until it depends on when the time starts, if the clock starts ticking. Yeah, so I mean, it's when that first you throw down that hammer, if the date's early enough that we have time to get all this in, because otherwise I feel like we're just running around like a chicken with our head cut off. So,
I'm sorry to interrupt, if I may. We anticipate, in discussions during last year's budget process, council has asked that they get the budget even earlier. We're restricted somewhat by the ad valorem, or by the property values, right, and the revenue associated with the ad valorem revenues associated with those. But we anticipate giving the mayor presenting her budget to you in late July, a couple weeks earlier this year. So again, it will.
Well, that gives us more latitude, because
I guess that's where I'm going.
I kept having nightmares thinking about last year. Okay, now we're going to squeeze another meeting into that schedule, and I said, yeah, that's just not going to work. So give us a little more latitude to be able to, it's time to do that.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that. Thank you.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you so much.
Thank you, council. Appreciate the discussion.
Thank you. All right, we have a few more items. Do you think we can be done by 5 o'clock today?
5 a.m.?
I don't even look at the clock anymore.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. These meetings would not be so bad if we had a martini bar set up back there. I'm just saying.
We can. Item 83. That's you, Mr. O'Hara, CFO.
I'm going to be joining him. I'm not super familiar with how to call up my PowerPoint.
I think, you just mentioned it. There you go. They've got it.
Okay. I'm Crystal Clark. I'm the communications manager for the city of Tampa, assisting CFO O'Hara and standing in for our director of comms, giving you a briefing on the marketing and communications department and the budget dedicated to the department. So just giving you a brief overview of the role that this department plays within the city. I'll go to the next slide.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Is it this one?
There you go.
There we go, thank you. So a brief overview once again. The need for a growing or robust communications department in any city has a lot to do with the fact that there's growth in the digital and social media realm. Naturally, everyone expects to see everything 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, digitally first, right at the palm of their hand. And in addition to that, there's a decline in the local media. Less staff in newsrooms means decreased resources for local government reporting. There is a growing public expectation, as all of you have seen personally, for transparency and participation from local government. And in the event of a crisis, you naturally want to have a communications team that's able to provide immediate and effective communications to the public. That's the role that the communications professionals in our city will play and do play when these events occur. Content and accessibility, creating engaging and accessible content helps diverse communities within our city feel included in what we are doing and feel a part of the city. And again, the takeaway here is just a robust communications department is essential for local governments in this day and age. Going to the next slide here, the history of our City of Tampa Communications Department. After the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw significant growth in our population, and that's what really led to a cause for more communications and a more robust communications plan citywide. Prior to 2021, we had a director of comms who wore a lot of hats. This person served as the primary media and public relations contact for every department citywide, with the exception of public safety. Police and fire have always had their PIOs, or public information officers, dedicated to those departments. The others did not. Less staff naturally meant limited proactive communications and also slow responsiveness to media. As someone who was on the receiving end, as a local reporter, I can tell you it's very difficult when you're trying to turn a story that day and you just can't get a hold of anyone in the city when it comes to communications. So that led us to the need to professionalize the marketing and communications department. In 2021, 5 positions were added to the communications department, or communications citywide, I should say. That's a media relations manager, and then 4 PIOs, water, solid waste, DEO, and the convention center. Since 2021, no new positions have been created for communications, and the only 2 vacancies that we currently have posted online, one of them is filling a position for someone who left for an external opportunity, and the other was someone who received an internal promotion to CTTV. Every new comms employee in fiscal year 24 was hired at a lower salary than their predecessor for fiscal responsibility. The pay grade was decreased from N35 to N31 for the PIOs for mobility and DEO. Overtime ceased for comm staff citywide, and all new comm staff are expected to and required to have professional degrees within their field, and also are coming in with at least a decade of experience for many of them, far exceeding the minimum hiring requirements. So here is our organizational chart for the communications department. We are a fairly small team. There are 10 of us that are actually within the communications office. There's the director of communications who has an executive aide. She serves as the aide for 3 offices throughout the city. So she serves part-time in our office, essentially. We're broken down into 2 categories within our office. Communications and marketing manager oversees the creative suite. These are the people who are creating all of the social media content that you see. These are the people who are creating our graphic designer, for example, the flyers, pamphlets, roadway signs, any and all, graphic images related to the city with the city brand on it. 2 people, as I mentioned, are serving in that social media role, one of the positions being vacant currently. And then we have 1 videographer citywide. This is the person who is producing all video content for every department, including training videos for departments as well. On the other side, you have the media and public affairs manager who oversees the press suite. The person reporting to her, the communications strategist, is the one who doubles as a videographer, but also primarily serves for planning press conferences for the city and all the logistics that come with that. And then there's a dotted line you'll see to departmental communications coordinators. Those are our PIOs. Each one of these departments citywide have 1 communications coordinator, with the exception of police, where there are 3 just due to the volume of media inquiries and public inquiries that they receive. Communications department accolades. The staffing changes that we initiated in 2021 have significantly increased productivity for this department. We now have an email marketing platform where, just tracking it myself, in the last year, 300+ press releases have been sent through this department. As a comparison, if you go on tampa.gov/news, 2018, there are currently 29 press releases listed, 2019, 10 press releases. And for clarity, that's not saying that the communications department only sent 10 press releases at that time. It's just that they're not trackable. Prior to professionalizing the department, the standard was sending press releases by email to the top 5 local TV stations. The problem with that is smaller news outlets that are not English speaking were kind of getting left off that list, and information just wasn't getting dispersed as well. You'll see here just a few awards that the department has won in recent years as well. For 2024, we just found out last night that we were the winners of the Gold Post Award for Best Use of Social Media in an Emergency following the last hurricane season. And just to wrap it up here, our communication staff, in terms of size, remains pretty well below comparative cities. We did some public records requests just to, provide that information for you. It's a bit hard to see, but I tried to summarize it at the top. You'll see the city of Atlanta here. Their communication staff consists of 64 people compared to Tampa's 21, population size of 498 compared to Tampa's 408, and salaries for each individual within their department are listed here as well. I have Raleigh, North Carolina listed here, communication staff of 45 people compared to Tampa's 21. And I should also clarify that that 21 people includes the 10 people within the actual comms office and then the PIOs that are department-wide. So in total, every person with a communications-related role for the city, we have 21 people. And again, Raleigh with their salaries and individuals and titles listed there. Next, we move on to Orlando. Orlando's population size is smaller than ours, 324,000 people compared to Tampa's 408. However, their comm staff, you'll see 42 people compared to our 21, and salaries listed as well. City of St. Petersburg, again, significantly smaller population, 263,000 residents, a staff of 42 for communications, and positions listed below. Let me know if I'm clicking too fast on these, by the way. And then we move on to Hillsborough County. Population size of 1.5 million, but that includes Tampa's 408,000. Communication staff of 52 people compared to Tampa's 21, and salaries listed for each of those individuals. They're structured slightly different than our office, where we don't have an administrator over communications. We have a director who reports directly to the mayor. In this case, the titles are different, but the roles are very similar. And then lastly, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, not included in Hillsborough County as a whole for communications. So the Sheriff's Office alone, you'll see 15 communications employees and their salaries listed here, 14 rather, compared to TPD with the 3 PIOs I mentioned previously. So again, this is just purely to reiterate that we are a fairly small but mighty team handling communications for a pretty large city and an ever-growing city. These are just some charts to reiterate what you just saw, marketing and communication staffing compared to the cities I just mentioned, Tampa being the smallest of them, and then marketing and communication staffing and compared to resident size. It looks like we are probably just under 1 person per 10,000 residents. So the goal here is, even with minimum staff, to make sure that we're keeping the public as informed as we can. We're putting out messages, whether it's in a crisis or not. And I'm happy to answer any questions you guys may have about our budget or what it is the communications office does.
Thank you for that presentation. I'll go to Councilmember Carlson after these comments. From what I saw in the original chart, the top 4, like the boss, the executive aide, that's over $552,000 for 4 salaries. I saw comparisons to other cities. I think Atlanta had a city council communication director there. I think it was Atlanta. I mean, this is a huge amount of money just to get information through, and that's not even, those top salaries on that first chart that you showed. It wasn't even including the salaries for the PIOs for police and fire and everything else. Do we really need to be spending this much money when we have, with technology, access to getting messages out? Like with social media messages, like when something goes viral, it goes very quickly. I'll bring up Councilmember Vieira because I think he does one of the best jobs in social media. He posts online, on Twitter, on social media. I mean, it's constant. He's his own communications department, and he does, I think, the best job. He gets his message out there that people see what he's doing. It's a lot of money. I know that in the Greco administration, it was a much smaller staff, and that was before social media. I don't know how many people he had. I know of at least one person. With Buckhorn's administration, he had Ashley Bauman and other people, and Ashley, I thought, did a phenomenal job, because I was here, the first 4 years. I was even thinking, because it was brought up, I think in the past council, the city council doesn't have their own communications person, but at the same time, do we need to hire a communications person if we're going to go that route? I was thinking the other day, the office of the chairperson, whoever that is, should be handling like an official city of Tampa, a city council Twitter account, for example. City council did this today, and just not respond to messages, not just to put, but without having to spend that extra money. I like to work on not a bare bones budget, but get squeeze the most that you can out of a dollar. And I just saw a lot of positions with a lot of what I consider big salaries. We're in the mid-50s here in our salaries. All the salaries that I saw, for the most part, are in the 6 figures. Do we need to be spending all this money just to get the message out there? I get it. Atlanta is bigger, by population than Tampa. They have tremendous needs, whatever. But at the same time, why do we need to be keeping up with the Joneses? I think we can do just as good with a smaller budget. We went through this budget last year regarding, raising the millage, proposing to raise the millage, and how the budget has grown. It's a lot of money for, and no offense to anybody, because everybody does a great job, but it's like, my dad had a saying years ago, there's too many people eating from here. And he told this to a business owner. You have too many employees. That business went under. I don't even know what's going on with that person, because everybody was, just hire somebody to do it, and that place went bankrupt. So, I don't know. I'm rambling, but at the same time, it's a lot of money. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, thank you for presenting this, and thank you to Adam wherever he is. I spoke to him a couple days ago about it. I made this motion because the perception of the community with all the new people that have been hired and the salaries, the perception is that there's too much being spent. You just showed the opposite of it. I wanted the information to be presented so that the public can see it. So thank you for that. The other thing is, if you go back several years ago, to mention the name Ashley Bauman, I thought she did a fantastic job. For one person, the things that she did the job of like 5 people. Yeah. As an activist, I was opposite her on a bunch of issues, and she really did well at advocating. The criticism of that administration and this administration in the beginning was that a lot of it was centered around the mayor, and she did a lot more besides just dealing with the mayor. But I think even she had in the budget or requests having PIOs distributed in the different enterprise areas in particular. And my recommendation several years ago was that we get more PIOs in those areas, because in water, for example, or with pipes or stormwater, we need to do more communication. And some of it is outsourced, but we need to do more communication. People should not be blindsided. And then things occur like the Southeast Seminole Heights issue. Maybe it's outsourced as a sub to a contractor, but then at some point the communication department needs to step in on those things. I was talking to Adam last week about the Armature Works situation and all those PIOs and TPD. We need, I don't know what he ended up doing, but I thought we needed to do some overlay communication as well, so that we get the information out. And the reason why I called him, and I told the mayor that I did talk to him, is that I was getting a bunch of calls and people were scared and worried, and I thought we needed to get communication out. And I think they're very responsive in that. One of the questions is the overall cost. I did ask Adam about that the other day, and I don't know if Chief CFO has that information, but the overall cost and budget of the department, and then including consultants like Laura McElroy was included for a long time. I know you have subs under engineering firms and others, but I wonder what the total budget is. And then I have one more point after that. Do you all have that?
Sure, I actually do have it listed if you want to talk through it. I just pulled it up. This is the marketing communications budget. You can see 2020 through 2024. budgeted amount, actual amount listed. The budget was actually higher in 2020 compared to what it is now in 2024. This includes the money that was voted on overall for salaries, operation, the total cost for this.
And that
area.
includes
I'm sorry,
this-
this is personnel, I apologize.
It's not, it doesn't include, Dennis, do you know what the total budget is, including the consultants?
I do have operational.
I do not have that.
And then the next question is, does that include the subs on the big projects or not? Upside down.
So this is operational as well. Any funding that would come for outsourcing, say if a photography company had to be hired for a big event where you needed more than just the one that we have on staff, it would come out of the operational budget. I don't believe that any funding for
I think the subs on the engineers are probably not included, and that's understandable. It would be interesting to look at some point. I think that I'm an advocate for more of that because we definitely should not waste money, but we need more communication. People should not arrive at their home and see the street dug up. They should know way in advance, and I think a lot of that is changing now because of the subs. The last thing I mention is that, and I've had conversations with the mayor and Adam and Andrea about this. The role of the communication department is to promote, communicate about the city, and the communication department should, just like the legal department, should be objective. And you might have the mayor as a client, TPD as a client, water as a client, maybe you have city council as a client, but the overall objective of the communication department is to present a positive or accurate, truthful message about the city, and the communication department should never get involved in politics, and definitely never getting involved in in disputes between different clients. So I think that has mostly been cleaned up, and I hope that continues to go forward, because the communication department, I think, is doing a good job. Ashley did a great job too. It's different now because we're communicating more in the field on the enterprise projects, and so look forward to seeing this evolve. Thanks.
Councilmember Glendenon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the product that we're seeing out of our communication department has been stellar. I think the quality of the product, you know what? Guess what? We're a big city. And, and we're a high-profile city. People all around the country and all over the world are looking into Tampa. And the image that we project should be reflective of that big city attitude, bravado. We shouldn't be putting out there, high school quality product. We should be putting out, Madison Avenue, type of product. And I think with a relatively modest budget, with folks that are in-house, I think they are. I mean, I've seen some really nice things put out. I've been very impressed by it. I think we need to double down. I mean, we have big city sports, we have big city arts, we have big city everything. Unfortunately, we've got third world transportation and third world roads, but we're working on that. And we'll get to that. But I think Mr. Carlson just said that. If it's communication that's going to tell folks where we're paving those roads, and especially and to be able to sing our success, as you heard Vic Bide, talk about in-housing paving, and how much we're able to save taxpayers money, and how much more paving we're able to accomplish, hopefully 3 times that next year. But it's going to be the communication people, because otherwise, if you could be the most successful city in the world, but if nobody knows about it, they're still going to hate. They're going to be dissatisfied. So you need to convince, tell people, run it up the flagpole. Tell people what you're doing, and I appreciate the fact the communication staff's doing that. I already spoke with the director this week about my concerns about communication, and it is a little bit what Bill Carlson just hearkened to. It is the City of Tampa Communication Department. It's not just one piece of the City of Tampa. It's all of our communication. It's city council, it's the departments, it's the successes of every element of the department, of the city, that you all should be championing, and not just one piece of it. It's not a one-person communication department, it's the City of Tampa Communication Department. And so I would really look forward to seeing that in the next, in the next year, really champion all the great things that the city council is doing, that our police is doing, that our mobility, doing, that Parks and Recreation doing. let's get the message out that the city of Tampa is being run well. We've got great employees here, and the taxpayers and the people that live here are getting their money's worth. So let's sell the message.
Yeah, if I may just interject, to the chairman's comments prior, the misconception, I think, with communications is it's one of those industries that everyone believes they know how to do it. So people see tweets, they see posts, but they don't realize the work that goes into it. The people who we have, the 2 on staff, who their job is literally tracking to see what's trending, how do we get more eyes on our product. And the thing that also is interesting for government communications is we're not selling a product. You know, it's not a typical marketing firm, but what we are doing is working to entertain and educate. And in order to get those eyes on our account, what we're trying to do is build a following so that when those big emergencies happen, a hurricane or some sort of crisis, people are already following us. People are already knowing this is a trusted account that I can turn to. And that just doesn't happen when you have interns sending out tweets rather than professional people who have a background in marketing or a background in PR and know what they're doing. We also work to be an extremely responsive area, and those 2 people who are serving in our social media department, they work 24 hours a day. They're not getting paid for it, but they're on those messages. When anyone is inboxing us, whether they're in an emergency, if they were, you know, at the sale outside of TCC and left their car keys, they know that they can message our account and they're going to get some sort of assistance day or night. So that's kind of where it comes in. It comes in handy having a staff our size that, as you saw in the comparisons, really isn't too large compared to other cities. And like Councilman Clendenin said, we have to start thinking like a bigger city. We're up to over 400,000 people and 500,000 by, I think it's 2030, 2045, somewhere around there. So we're growing so fast that if we're not keeping track when it comes to our communications, no one knows what we're doing.
Thank you,
Yep.
Councilmember Miranda, and then Councilmember Henderson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm different. Not that I want to be. I don't Twitter. I don't check emails. I don't check none of that stuff. I just do what I think is best and keep marching. And evidently I failed because I shouldn't be here. I haven't kept up with society. Society doesn't keep up with me. And I just live my own little life, and I really enjoy it. I don't have to worry about who I got to answer to. I don't have to worry about what the public's thinking of me. I don't have to worry about anything. I've lost all my hair. That was natural. And just like Yul Brynner, nobody even remembers who he was. So anyway, so what I'm saying is, you just got to live a nice life. Report whatever you want of me, it doesn't bother me. Report good or bad, it doesn't bother me either. So once, one of my grandkids said, well, you got to go do this in the campaign. I said, well, you do it. Well, about 3 weeks later, she tells me, I don't know what you've done, but we have 3,000 some people that know who you are, and I just put it on the thing. And I said, well, God bless them all. Tell them I said thank you. And that was the end of the conversation from my side. Her side, she did whatever she wanted to do because that's what she studied. So I'm not trying to be different. I just look at life, the beginning and the end. And I don't want to mess around with anything else that interferes with my life the way I want to live it. So I appreciate what you're doing. I don't know exactly what you've done because I don't follow it. I get things from the city sometimes, and it says, email so-and-so for follow-up or whatever. If your water bill is this, email. The problem is that 25 or 30 or even higher in the African-American and Hispanic community don't have email. So who are they going to communicate and how are they going to do it? So these are the things that kind of bother me, that they think everybody's on that system and they're not. So it's just what you're doing with the reported on you that makes you acceptable or not acceptable. And I can't say I'm for you or against you. Your budget, that's what it is. I'm looking at the other cities, is way under what they were. The same comparable compromise, or even less of people living in those cities. So I can't say anything that it looks like you're doing what you can, most likely with less money. Because what I've seen, and I'm not questioning the facts or the figures, they're very, very comparable to other cities, way under most of them.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. So you mentioned, or someone mentioned, the PIOs that work on specific projects. Let's just, whether it be the Southeast Seminole Heights stormwater, like there are bigger projects. So what is your interaction with those communication teams?
That's what we're working to expand now. So currently through CAD, they're hiring these firms that are handling most of the interaction with the public and making sure that the information is getting out there. But there is a bit of a disconnect that we're working on fixing. So the goal now is, as these firms are hired, there is an expectation that there's communication happening with our department too. As you know, Vic Bide said a moment ago when he was up here presenting, he praised his new PIO for mobility. That's some of what he's doing, is taking a look at what projects are coming up and then figuring out how can we get that information on the website, how can we showcase it so people can see visually what's coming as opposed to just seeing their road torn up. So it's a work in progress. There are, you know, several firms that have that expectation to hire an outside PR element, but we're working to make sure we can become more cohesive.
I appreciate that, and because that can sometimes be an issue. So I'm really happy to hear you're working toward working together, but even more so being maybe, I don't want to say a supervisor, but certainly having a little more hand in some of that work, I think would be very beneficial. So thank you for your explanation today, and thank you for answering that. And I look forward to seeing that come to fruition.
Thank you.
Council member.
Thank you, Chair. I want to push back on you a little bit. Councilman Vieira does a great job tweeting, but he only has 2,300 followers.
More than me.
But great job nonetheless, because he is consistent. Thank you for this report. I'm glad that you show the different cities and how we are really operating. We're doing a lot with less folks. And it was in the budget. I went back and looked. So we are, right in line with what we approved and asked for. So that's really important. And I don't want to minimize what you all do, because it is a professional position, considering that I started out as a public relations major in marketing. But anyway, the thing that is kind of surprising, and I didn't hear anyone say it, is that my particular involvement with the communication department has been extensive. Just this week, I did 3 videos, so I see that you all stretch it, and I know that I've been told that, I have access to you all writing scripts and doing those kind of things for me, and, putting communication out there to the public, which I greatly appreciate. Just our social media following alone is one of the things that's important. It is 248,000 followers just on Twitter. 25,000 for Parks and Rec on Facebook. And that's probably parents who need to sign up, for summer camp and things like that. And so I just see that we do a really great job in terms of getting the communication out there, and it happens in a variety of ways. Our notifications that we get on our text messages regarding, something that's happening in the street. The website, you can go to the events calendar just to know what's going on in our city, which is a really, really, really important process. It's not just events, it's also what's happening in neighborhoods. So you all do some great things with the staff that you do have, and I just want to place emphasis on that, and we're doing it within budget, so I greatly appreciate your report. Thank you.
More. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just addressed something, Ms. Miranda, that within those communities you just discussed, within like minority communities, they do have internet. It's in their pocket. So they're getting all their information on their telephones, and I think that's one of the things that I've observed. I think, because you reach people where they are, and some of the products that the city of Tampa is producing is targeted, especially 20s, 30s, 40s, and all. I mean, they're getting their information off of TikTok or Facebook or these small videos and all, and that's you reach people where they are, and this is where they're at. So yeah, and that's why I say good job, because I think that's part of the recognition. That is the difference between professional staff and amateurs, is you are able to target and who is the consumer of your product. So yeah, good job.
And for those who don't have access to those things, we do have a graphic designer, as I mentioned, in our department. He's the one producing the signs you see on the side of the road when there's a community meeting coming up. He's the one who's making the inserts that go in your water bill, for example, in English and in Spanish. So we're making sure that people are informed regardless of whether they are chained to their cell phone or not.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much. It's funny, my social media habits have been mentioned twice. I guess I will address them. Yeah, I believe, just like with y'all, that, social media is so important, because it shows not only the things that you're doing and you're working on, but on a larger vision, it shows your values. The city of Tampa has values, and I see it on the social media side of the mayor, et cetera, of being a growing city, an inclusive city, a city that values diversity and pluralism. We show our moral values as a city through our social media. I think that's really, really important. Councilman Henderson mentioned the video department. I've made great use of our video department. Just a couple weeks ago, I did something for Vietnam Veterans Day on March 29th, I believe it is, and different things that I just want to highlight, which beat just me picking up my cell phone or whatever and being, hey, let's shoot a video. There's somebody unique in the community that I think deserves like a good professional presence. I use that. I would encourage all council members to do that. I think that's great. And I think that, y'all do a very good job from a PR marketing perspective with the city in terms of, again, showing not only what the city is doing, but showing the values. And I think in this, I think it's how shall I say it, a trickle-down effect from Mayor Castor. Sometimes I agree with her, sometimes I disagree with her. But one of the things I've always found about Jane Castor is that she's very humble, and you have some politicians that they want all the credit for something, and they don't like anybody else to get in there. And she's not like that. I always find that she's more about addition as opposed to subtraction, and that's something that we see more and more. And that is important, which is if a council member has worked a lot on something. I know I couldn't make it. They had the Nehemiah project, and I know Councilman Maniscalco, when I was there last year, promised and made good on that on many ways for some of those stormwater projects, or the retention ponds, excuse me, in East Tampa, something that he's championed. And if it's something that a council member has brought forth and they're passionate about it, and it didn't necessarily originate with the administration, a lot of times y'all do a good job, if you remember, right, to push that council member. Right? That's I remember when I did the apprenticeship ordinance. We did something together with Mayor Castor, et cetera. So so I find that to be a good development. But again, it's about values, and that's what social media is about. You're showing your kind of values that you have as a person. To me, values are everything in public office.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have staff to appear to discuss the appointment of the Community Benefits Agreement Committee members. This is a motion by Councilmember Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Javier Marin, Director of Economic Opportunity. Good afternoon, Council. Item 84 is an update on the Community Benefits Advisory Council, which derives from resolution or ordinance establishing the Community Benefits Program back in January of 2023. And so it requires that 7 members be appointed to this council. And there are basically 2 permanent members to the committee. One is appointed by City Council, the other one is appointed by the mayor. And then each specific project would have 4 additional council members. These are appointed 2 by City Council, 2 by the mayor. And so we are working, and then the 7th member is appointed by the Director of Development and Economic Opportunity. We're currently working with the clerk's office to develop the process by which the community can be advised about the openings for this advisory council. And so what's going to happen is, first we're going to establish, or the criteria have been established for the permanent members to possess some experience that relates to land planning, to development, housing, or similar disciplines. And but for the ad hoc members or the project-specific members, the only requirement is that people need to live within a half a mile of each project. To that end, we have developed GIS mapping, so people can actually go into the website, type in their address, and then identify whether they qualify to serve in any or more of these committees or councils. And so also it's important to point out that CAC members qualify to be members of the as ad hoc members of the advisory council. And so to that end, our request today is for a motion to schedule a date. We're hoping June 6th, that council can consider the applicants and select committee members for the Community Benefits Advisory Council.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Henderson. I just want to say, great job with the GIS mapping to make it easy, because the first question we're going to get is, well, you know, what do I qualify for? You know, and this makes it very easy. So I appreciate that. Any discussion? Councilmember Miranda, this was your motion? All right, all in favor of the motion? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. Good night.
So the almost last item, we have 2 approvals to do, is item number 85. Now, there was a brief discussion earlier about postponing the Ybor City parking lot discussion as part of this. Is that correct?
That's what I would propose based on public feedback.
Good afternoon, Council. Abby Feely, Deputy Administrator, Development and Growth Management. I appreciate the comments brought forth by the Baileys this morning, and like they admitted, we're 80% of the way there in their terms. One thing I wanted to talk about before you make a decision on what you would like to do with the language that's in the transmittal package today. The first thing is, it is a transmittal package. It's going to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is going to make a finding whether or not it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. You are not voting on this today. It will not be back before you until June. So if there are tweaks that need to be made in relationship to certain things, or people have specific language, I would ask at this point, based on the amount of community outreach we have done, the number of meetings we have had, that they directly provide that language so that we can look at how either to incorporate that or discuss that further. That being said, couple other things. The timing, what was brought up this morning was about 2010. Unfortunately, neither Susan Johnson Velez, myself, or Mr. Cotton were responsible for the enforcement in 2010. We can only be here with you in 2024. So that being said, if you have a lot that is out there today that is not permitted, we started enforcement in October, and those lots were cited to go and get a permit. This is not making those lots illegal today. If you don't get one by the time this goes into effect, then you would have to come before City Council as a special use 2 and have a public hearing and request your lot. As I mentioned prior also, there are only 7 vacant lots in the zoning district that permits parking lots by right at the present time that I don't believe are owned by any of the operators that are currently operating lots. So I would ask that this stay in the package and this move forward. If not, I would like to know what we are trying to achieve. This is a transmittal hearing again. Nothing's being adopted today. If people have other language they would like considered, that could be provided to the city over the next 6 weeks, and we could look at that when you see this on first reading in June.
Council Member Clendenning.
I agree. I think I think city staff has worked incredibly hard on this, and every department they put in I don't even know how many hours, countless hours working on this. So I think it would behoove us to support city staff in moving this forward.
Councilmember Henderson.
Agreed.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I think the Baileys are reasonable people, and I think that I would request that staff meet with them to, again, 80%, if there's something that it is not difficult to do, that helps or protects the community, I think that it's worth the staff having another conversation and coming back. But in light of that, I'll just vote no to the transmittal, because I think that this is a major issue in Ybor, and it needs, if major community leaders in Ybor have concerns, then I have concerns also.
What's the pleasure of council then?
A motion to move to.
Second.
Do you have a whole presentation?
So the Ybor parking regulations are only one of 10 text amendments that are being transmitted to the Planning Commission today. Most of them you have seen a number of times through workshops. Eric and I do have a brief presentation, and then there is one amendment you have not seen. and that is the amendment that was motioned just a few weeks ago by Councilman Clendenin in relation to the alcoholic beverage at the soccer stadium. So I would like to present briefly on that. We have 3 slides. That's something you have not seen that I would like you to be informed about before we transmit. And the other you have seen, so we can go through those briefly. I don't think it would take us but a couple minutes.
I would let my motion stand, but with the presentation of the one transmittal that we have not seen yet.
Show us the unseen transmittal presentation. Thank you very much. Sports team alcoholic beverage.
Just back a few weeks ago, the motion was made for staff to work to come up with language that would allow for alcoholic beverage sales at the new soccer stadium that's going to be located at Blake High School. One of the things we did was we looked at this more globally, not just at a case-specific mention. So what we have done was proposed it as a special use 1, which is an administrative review. And part of this was done in timing to be eligible for this to start with the season in August. It does have to be, it's an annual permit. So each year they would come in, they would say, here is our schedule for the coming year. Here is our location. Here is the team we are affiliated with. Here is the owner of the land. The land has to be controlled by a governmental entity for them to qualify for this type of annual permit. And then the sales may only occur on the days of scheduled events. So they come in, they give us the schedule for the season. We acknowledge that. They may only have sales on those days. The sales would cease at midnight. And then if that team ceased to operate at that designated location, that approval would cease as well. And then if any of the property contains city properties, it would have to have the mayor's authorization and maintain our required security that we require for temporary special events. The last thing is, I'm sorry, the S1s do require public notice. Notice just like you would a rezoning or a regular special use. All property owners within 250 feet mailed notice and a sign. 300 feet, sorry, that just changed. Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Clendenin, Councilmember Miranda.
So the restriction of sales on only game or match days, if the team, like, especially being a new team, if they had a special event or a, kickoff or something else, have you talked to the team about that? Is there any, I haven't spoken with them about it.
Tyler Hudson is here. He's representing the team today, so I'll let him speak to that, but this language we worked on together and was agreed upon together.
Okay, well, that's fine. If it's agreed upon together, that's fine. I didn't want to be exclusionary to something that, like, if they had a big kickoff for something that wasn't necessarily a match. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Miranda.
And this is my first time, all my years of public service, that I ever heard of something you can get rid of the liquor because I guess the property is owned by a governmental agency.
So they would not qualify for a temporary, we had to balance this language with the licensing that's done by the state. And this facility would not qualify for a temporary special event situation. So that is why we went in this direction, but the way we did it was you have to have a site that's 15 acres or more. It has to be owned by, it has to be owned by a government entity, because at first somebody said, well, then every residential property could get this. Well, they'd have to have a sports team. They'd have to be 15 acres. They'd have to, we backed into that. And, this was,
15 acres in Tampa now.
well, that's, yes. That's one of the reasons we did that. But that being said also, this is a text amendment that would allow for this and get this teed up for this upcoming season and this team coming into our community. If this is not the direction we would like to take permanently in the longer range, we could continue to work on that. But in order to get the timing done, this was the first step.
I understand. Thank you. I just want to understand everyone to understand why.
Sun seekers.
Yep. Are there more slides?
No.
All right.
I'm good.
So move to take to the planning
So my
commission.
motion still stands. I move to transfer.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Motion carried with Carlson and Maniscalco voting no.
Okay, last up on the agenda, Councilmember Carlson, I believe you pulled 53 and 54, is that correct?
Yeah, and Vic, sorry to make you wait so long. The question from the public is this going to be handled by staff, or is it going to be outsourced? And if it's going to be outsourced, then to whom? Because I couldn't find in the documents who it's going to be outsourced to, if it is.
Sure. Vic Bide, Director Mobility. And that's a good question. I'd just like to preface what it is on the agenda. This is yet another grant that the city has won. It's $1.75 million from USDOT for the establishment of a regional infrastructure accelerator. We intend for this accelerator to be regional. This item that's in front of you is a grant that the city has received, and it is only between the city and USDOT. But that's a very valid question that you asked. Because it's a regional accelerator, we want to make sure that it leaves room open for other public entities within our region to participate in this. And to that end, we are working with a third party actively to host this accelerator. This has been cleared with USDOT. We've discussed with the third party as well. And we believe that this party will be able to successfully rally the region and have them participate in this accelerator, which is entirely voluntary. That party is Tampa Bay Partnership, and we're actively working through this with them. The idea behind that is this program, the genesis of this program, it was approved as part of FAST Act. And the whole goal was to have Build America Bureau, which operates 3 different finance mechanisms, help cities and regions like ours with getting technical skills to put together a vision, to basically go over that, develop a funding strategy, a funding plan for alternative deliveries, and then go rapidly to deployment. And the key part of this is Build America is under the same office or the same undersecretary as the Federal Transit Administration. And what they've done is significantly relaxed a lot of their programs, not just to include traditional transit like streetcars or bus rapid transit and so on, but also transit-oriented development. And this is really key because going back to Councilman Miranda's point earlier today about housing, transportation, and all of these pressures that we have on our community, we're potentially setting up an accelerator that will bring in technical assistance to put projects together that bundle housing, which also becomes transit demand, together within the city, and not just focus on individual pockets of the city, but bring the homes into where we're building the transit along our jobs corridor and invite the region to make connections to it as well. So all of the major projects that we have envisioned in the MOVES plan, that we have envisioned in this grants document as well, but also regionally, all of these that are already in long-range transportation plans or transportation improvement plans of the 3 different MPOs, again, voluntary, will be eligible to be built as part of a large vision.
Vic, so the concerns I've heard of the community is about, thank you for disclosing who it was, is about that particular entity. Do items 53 and 54 include that subcontracting or outsource agreement, or is that going to be a separate thing that will come before City Council?
It will be a separate item. We're working with that entity. It will come to council, but the partnership was identified as one of the partners in our grant agreement itself.
Yeah, just on that basis, I'll go ahead and vote yes on these 2, but the community has a lot of concerns about that entity. I'll talk to you about that offline. If
Absolutely, and we're happy to host a workshop on this because I truly believe, given all of the funding available through DC, through our partners in Tallahassee as well, this could be the beginning of something truly beneficial. And I'll just give one example. It's not just bundling housing and transportation, but also when we think about, say, transit, we think about capital and operations separately. And operations is the rub. being able to deploy and then operate a bus route over 30 years, some of these strategies, and they're being discussed nationally, we're one of 24 accelerators, will bake in this 30-year operations. And how we get there is a function of that technical assistance.
My recommendation, we can talk about this offline, but my recommendation is that we partner with USF, we partner with them
They're partners.
in lots of other ways, but I think they should lead. And the just summary of the issue is that there's a lot of baggage related to transportation initiatives going back to 2010.
Correct.
And I think it's important to start with kind of a clean slate. And that's, I'm telling you what I've heard from other folks. Thank you.
Absolutely. And we'll talk offline. If there's anyone we need to follow up, we'll be happy to do that.
Councilmember Miranda, Councilmember Clinton. No?
I'm just ready to move on these.
I just want to emphasize that this is the ticket to the show. This is just the admission ticket to the show, and it's going to reap a lot bigger rewards, and it's going to build us a streetcar. So there we go. There we go. That's the exact.
Councilmember Clinton, these are your items, 53 and 4. Would you like to move them?
I move items 53 and 54.
Second.
Councilmember Clinton with the motion for those two items. Councilmember Miranda with a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. That concludes our agenda. Councilmember Miranda, do you have any new business?
Yes, sir. A couple of our small ones here. I'd like to make a motion for the administration to appear and present the fiscal year 2024 mid-year review during the May 16, 2024 regular council session.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda with a second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes, sir.
The second one, I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation off-site to Wright's Gourmet House for celebrating 61 years in Tampa. Wright has been serving the city since 1963. TripAdvisor regards it as one of the very best restaurants in Tampa and the entire state of Florida. A date presentation will be determined, and I will let you know what day that is, so all can attend if you like.
We have a motion and a second.
Will it be princess cake?
Only if you pay for it.
Motion and a second, and then discussion. You know, I love Public's birthday cake. However, Wright's makes the Alpine cake, which is right there.
I'm sorry, Wright's can.
As a diabetic, thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me that as a diabetic. Third one, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Wait, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
It's right.
The next one is, I think all of us
Go ahead, sir.
looking for this. Today we had something from the good people from the Tree Advocacy Group, and there's 7 stations. I just make a motion to have the administration look to planting trees in these 7 stations.
Yes.
I agree. Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Oh, wait. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fire stations.
Yes, sir. And it's funny because I spoke to the family afterwards and I said, would you mind if they also did police stations? Because, you know, when you get fire, you got to get police or whatever. So again, just for future amendments.
I understand, police and fire.
Yeah.
Did they take into consideration future growth or development or reconstruction of these stations if we expanded them, what the impact that would be? Do we know?
I would imagine any new one, we would put it in automatically. Maybe we'll do that somewhere else in a different form.
I mean, just so that, just in case we have to accommodate.
Yeah.
Adding, you know.
Anyone that, we can
Right.
add on this anytime we want.
Yeah,
But these
but
are the ones, they had the heart to come in and do all this. Let's start with these.
But I mean, even those though, are there any stations there that we may have to add a bay to or something that may restrict the ability to do that?
I'm looking at these here, and I'm pretty familiar with most of them. And one of them, a tree fell on the north side of the.
Right, yeah, I'm familiar with that one
and,
too.
I think there's room for, and all these, certainly
Okay,
the
I
one
just,
number 9.
with the caution, there may be an exception because.
If they
yeah.
can't, we can't.
Yeah, yeah.
All in
Agree.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
That's it,
Anything
Mr.
else?
Chairman. Thank you.
Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple quick ones. I wanted to, on May 2nd, Planning Commission requested to move their report on the University Square Terrace Park Planning Study to June 27th.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I was asked by our friends at the Penguin Project. They do every year a all special needs play to give them a Tampa City Council commendation offsite on April 21st.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Also, we have, I know the CRB is going to be briefed on the
legislative changes?
Yeah, the governor signed, and so I wanted to have city legal come on June 6th to come brief us on that.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. Discussion, yes, ma'am?
James Michael Shaw did a really nice presentation at the beginning of the last CRB about that, so I highly recommend you, just during public comment, so I mean, you should watch that.
Oh, yeah. No, I will.
It's
I
a
will.
very,
Sure.
it's a very
Absolutely.
clear, explanation.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Then, oh, sorry, guys, looking over here. Oh, yes, so Iroko Dance Academy, this is a wonderful, wonderful organization. They helped out with the Delta Sigma Theta, Dancing with the Stars that I took part in, Chief Barbara Tripp did, former Senator Janet Cruz and others did, and we wanted to honor them for their work along with the Deltas and others. So the date that I have here is August 22nd. I may do it off-site. I'm going to talk to them about it. Maybe we do it off-site, but I just want to have that placeholder, if I may, for August 22nd.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Anything else?
Sure. Then I did want to, for whenever, May 16th, we have a lot of issues coming up with fire and police. I wanted to make sure that Brandon Barclay and Nick Stocco be given also time to the extent they want to talk. We got the public safety master plan and some issues for police and fire, and then some issues with the Tampa Fire Rescue up there. So I wanted to make sure, we don't need to amend the agenda, but just the idea of council that we also give time to the unions to speak as well.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very
Any
much.
opposed? Anything else? Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything, Chair.
I have nothing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have
Yes,
nothing.
sir. Councilmember Hurtak?
I have a few today. I am going to be out of town on May 16th for the Congress of New Urbanism. I won a scholarship.
Say, how did you get that?
Yeah, just I applied and won the scholarship. So I'm going to Cincinnati for a week.
Congratulations.
Very excited about it. But in the meantime, since I will be out of town, I would like to reschedule the staff report on Lila locations in East Tampa to July 18th. I have approved this date with staff that will be presenting and with Mr. Vieira, who was the maker of the motion.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes, ma'am.
Similarly, I would like to reschedule the 6 pilot update presentation from May 16th to August 1st, which is the earliest date that the expert will be available.
Councilmember
Pilot?
It's the 6 pilot, it's the water ionization project.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Councilmember Hurtak has a motion with second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye. And if you haven't seen it, you should ask to take a tour. It's very interesting.
It's really
Yeah.
Well, not the.
Well, but they might still have the equipment there. I mean, who knows?
Listening, I want a tour of that.
It is August 1st. And I have these motions, I'll hand to you in
Yes,
a minute.
ma'am.
And then the last thing is something that Ms. Feely brought to me. We approved our calendar. However, they have already gotten some requests for alcohol permits that they will need to have a alcohol night. Currently, the last alcohol night is September, and then the next one is in January. And they cannot wait 120 days. That's just too long. So they would like to find a way that we could fit an alcohol night in. Their choices are to put it on the evening of a regular session. It's far enough out, either October or November, that we could limit what's in the staff reports, or and to have it start at 5:01. They also recommended a 1:30 time certain, but I'm concerned about that because generally the public likes to come out for those. So does anyone have a preference of October 17th or November 21st? November 21st is directly in the middle, and it's right before our Thanksgiving holiday.
I'm happy with November 21st.
No, that's right before the holiday.
However, it's not before the holiday, it's before the week before the holiday.
Right, I know, but that's still an important time, that's before the classic week, but okay.
The reason, and we could do a different date in November. However, the reason that might work is because right now we have nothing scheduled for the regular session. So in this motion, we could also limit staff reports to 5 or 4, so that we're not
But you're asking for it to be at night.
Yes, well, that's the problem. It has to be at night, and if it's not at night, then we have to do another day of the week. So it's easiest just to fit it in on a Thursday if we decide no staff. I mean, we just need to discuss it. No, we can't, because our land zoning already goes till 2
How
a.m.
many cases are you looking at?
I don't know. This is just given to me. So I'm assuming that it's going to be a bunch, or no, we would keep it to 10 items is what they said. And they're generally not long.
What about October 3rd?
October 3rd is right after September, so they wouldn't be able to get in.
That's not something, okay.
Yeah.
What is the
So
other
what
October
about-
date?
The October 17th was the other date, and
What about December 5th?
That means you'll have 2 night meetings in a row.
yeah.
You'll have,
Okay.
All right, then I'm trying to get into
Okay,
the
you know
holiday
what,
spirit.
let me stop thinking about the Florida Classic. November 21st is fine.
That's fine.
Okay, and but with the condition that we only have 4 staff reports on.
well, I forgot what your rule is that
Well-
lists you, that.
Well, the
lists
rule's like
number of
7, but for
That's good.
here, if we're
Okay.
trying to have a,
Right.
so.
By the way, I should also just point out that the last meeting before a break, a lot of things come on the agenda from the administration.
Well, they need to.
Because they know you're not going to be meeting for a bit.
That's why, so then you want to limit to 3 staff reports?
Yes.
Okay, so.
You mean so we can get out of here during the day session?
Yes, so we can have a break between. So what I'll say.
You're already 10 minutes into the night meeting.
Exactly.
So what I'll say is, this is my motion. We are going to add an alcohol beverage license meeting on November 21st
And be mindful
at
to
5:01
limit staff reports.
p.m.
Okay.
And we will limit staff reports during regular session to 4.
Amen. Second.
Okay, all right, I support that. All in favor? Motion and a second? Aye. Any opposed?
Okay, I didn't write that last one out, but I have these 2 for you.
Council Member Carlson. Let's,
I have two hopefully quick ones. One is, I need to file on my Forms 8B from today. Motion to receive and file the 8B recusal forms.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And just to remind anybody who's watching, the Ethics Commission of State Law prefers that you recuse yourself in abundance of caution. So that's why I do that.
Quasi-judicial matters.
And number 2 is that last week or week before, there was a discussion about real estate projects and subsidizing real estate projects. I think that so as to avoid any kind of arguments or big discussions later on, that we ought to workshop possible guidelines or preferences around developer subsidies. And really, I'm talking about maybe excluding affordable housing. But I'd like to make a motion to add to the June 27th workshop a discussion about whether we should put any guidelines or limits on developer subsidies.
What date did you say?
Just June 27th.
June 27th. We have a motion. We have a second for discussion? Wait, is there a second?
Charlie said second for discussion.
Oh, go ahead, and then Councilmember Hurd.
I'm not opposed to something like that. In fact, the gentleman who come here, Nathan, I forget he sent a paper out and I read it, I don't know what I did with it. But it made very, very good sense that instead of paying money into it, you'll work something out where you get more units, but you don't pay the money. Let them handle it. And you put in what you want as far as the affordable housing units. Instead of saying you ask for 20 and you're going to give so much money for you to build the 20. No, you built the 20 and you built 20 more, 15 more, and we're out of the deal. You handle it all. That's the way it should be.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I can't support this because everything that comes in front of us is different. Everything, and we will have the ability to say no to it, but I don't want to stop our staff from being able to negotiate, to create things. And I think that there's probably an inherent disagreement about how we should use money. And yes, some of it doesn't need to be money. Some of it can be
Right. That's why
incentives.
it wasn't my idea.
Yeah, no, I mean, actually, that's what's going, we just approved that to go to the planning commission today, some of those incentives. So I don't want to tie our hands when it comes to what we can and can't incentivize, or how we can incentivize development.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, exactly what Councilman Hurtak said. We already have the ability, what you're asking for, but it's one project at a time. They pitch a project, we can shoot it down, we can reject it. And, I just don't understand like unnecessarily tying our hands when we already have that ability.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a
Yeah,
second. Wait, Councilmember Vieira.
And this is for just a workshop, right?
Yeah, it's not putting anything in place, just a discussion.
Why waste our time?
Yeah,
We already have too much business.
All right, Councilmember Carlson, your rebuttal? Yeah, anything else?
Yeah, it's just it sounds like it's gonna fail, but it's just a workshop. The idea is that, I need to say this, if you listen to the staff, they're spending enormous amounts of time right now looking at subsidizing real estate projects that are not affordable housing. And the way they look at it is if you put in $10 million in subsidies, then over some period of time, you're gonna get tax money out. The expectation of people in the rest of the city is that we wouldn't subsidize that and said we would fix roads and things. So if we are able to give them direction, I think it'll save a huge amount of time in the real estate and economic development department. If we don't want to give them guidelines, then we can reject them one by one. My personal preference, I'd rather them focus on job creation and real economic development rather than subsidizing real estate projects.
They got to pitch it. I mean, they pitch what they got, and if we don't like it, we shoot it down. And honestly, I just don't want to have. We already have too much on these agendas, and just another workshop agenda. It's like, my God, we could do 5 days here, 5 days a week. I mean, let's do it 5 days a week. No. And then we can workshop everything.
or we have 500 people show up.
Our clerk is going, no.
Yes.
I'm going to be coming back with the rules. I believe you want to be out by 1 o'clock on workshop days.
Yes.
That is true.
So you have to plan your agendas to be mindful of the fact that you're going to get out by 1.
Let's just vote. Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, and again, I'm open to workshops, and if we create rules, right, that would limit this workshop, we can move it to another day. There are things I've tried to get on the calendar before and been shot down, and I think that council members should be heard, unless if it's a completely outlandish idea. This seems, I may not support it, but I'm fine with it being heard.
Councilmember Carlson made a motion. Does the second still stand?
I think so. Did I second it? Yeah.
No, Miranda seconded for discussion.
Councilmember Vieira with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Nay. Overwhelming no. It was Carlson and Vieira with the yes.
It was what? I'm sorry.
Carlson and Vieira were the yeses.
And Mr. Chair, may I?
Motion failed with Hurtek, Clendenin, Maniscalco, Henderson,
And Miranda voting.
and Miranda voting no.
Anything else, sir?
No, just one last thing on that. There's going to be a lot of time wasted in looking at these projects, so I think a lot more time than otherwise. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Thank you all.
Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you. I forgot to say this. Retired Sergeant William Reese Dial. His picture, he used to guard us a lot of times. He passed on,
Yeah.
and I just learned. So just for
My condolences to his family.
just I believe his funeral was today. So
Yes.
just God rest his soul. He was here a lot, and very nice gentleman.
Very, very nice guy.
No, he passed on. Yeah.
This
April
is-
10th.
He was on duty. I mean, he was still working.
Well, retired in the reserve? I guess
Reserve,
they
yeah.
call it. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
We have a
Yeah.
motion to receive and file.
He did,
Motion
by
from
the way.
Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. Yes, sir?
I remember him doing an outstanding job at the convention center during a very
Yes,
tough time of the
absolutely.
public.
Absolutely. Always a great guy. All in favor? Wait. Whoa.
Sorry, council, did you call it adjourned yet? I have 2
No, I
items.
said motion to receive and file.
Oh, receive and file, you could vote on that one, but I have a
Okay,
couple
all in
of items.
favor? Aye. To receive and file, go ahead.
2 items. Number 1 is I emailed you 3 applications to the Hillsborough River Planning Board's Technical Advisory Committee. It is not on your agenda. Do you want to set it to have either a decision or do you want the applicants to come in? How do you want to handle that?
How many vacancies are there?
There's 1 vacancy.
One vacancy, 3 applicants.
And those were forwarded to you. I don't know if you've had a chance to review them.
Oh, yes.
But the thing is, council, this is unusual. This is not an appointment to a board. It could be done by a council vote or a resolution or a letter from the chair. But the planning commission is waiting to have this position filled. I believe
Can we
it
do
meets
it next
quarterly.
week? Or
But look,
2 weeks?
you tell me, well, I have to tell you, your agenda's,
May
the sooner the
16th?
better. May 16th.
Yeah,
Okay.
done.
That'll,
All right, is that good? Do you need a motion for that?
yes, but
All
I
right,
have to tell
motion
you.
to set this for May 16th? We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor? Aye? Yes?
And one more thing, I will not be here next week. I will be at the Hillsborough Bar Association's Land Use Law Conference, a 7-hour conference. And Justin Vasky has kindly offered to sit in while I am away.
All I heard was ball.
I will miss you.
But thank you, council. I appreciate the opportunity. And I want to thank the legal department and I know it's going to be very helpful.
We'll enjoy Justin.
I know you will.
We agreed.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.
It is 5:19.